Hi. Hello everyone, this is Aegon of Astora, and welcome back to my blind playthrough of Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree. This is episode number 16, being recorded on Sunday, March the 16th, 2025. I hope you're all having a fantastic day whenever it is you find yourself watching this. So, you might be thinking, that's strange. You just said this is a blind playthrough of Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, so what the heck are you doing at Crumbling, Farum, Azula? Well, dear viewer, we're here because in my playthrough of the base game, we missed a boss here apparently, and I just figured probably not going to have an entire episode of content unless we do some additional things in this episode, because all we really have left to do is to fight Radahn and Miquella. So I figured we would start this episode by doing that boss fight. And so I looked it up, and apparently we go to this site of grace, we go down this elevator, and then past some friends, and then we're there. So let's see if we can figure out where the heck we're supposed to go, because I'm not sure that I'll be able to figure it out. Oh. Ouch. So we are obviously a fairly high level now. Ouch. And of course our Scadutree blessing level counts for nothing here. However, we've picked up a whole ton of additional levels since we were last here. I find it quite funny that we somehow missed this boss fight. I have no idea if we're going the right way or not, because all these friends seem to be facing the other direction, which suggests that they're expecting me to come from there. So maybe I'm not looking in the right place. Again, like, yeah, I suck at this game. I apologize, everyone. Is this really... I would have looked at that and thought, there's no way you can survive that fall. But yeah, don't even incur any fall damage, so I clearly don't have a clue what I'm talking about. As I've said several times during this playthrough, I'm clearly lacking the requisite perception to correctly gauge fall damage, and this is just another illustration of that. So I know the person we're going to face is called Dragonlord Placidusax, but other than that, I actually don't have any idea what we're about to face. I'm hoping the title Dragonlord is like a Skyrim type title, and that is not actually a dragon who's a lord, because I've had enough dragon fights, personally. Also, it's not a coffin. It's one of these things. That's interesting. Is there anything else, though, that we'd miss here? No, that's it. Don't think we can... Certainly not without Torrent. We can't reach over there. Okay, let's see what happens. That's wonderful. Oh. That's interesting. What the heck? No, the whole place is gonna reconstitute itself? So we're going back in time? Wow, that's a trip. No wonder everyone was so disappointed I didn't do this boss fight, because yeah, I had no idea about any of this. Regrets just like, what? What happened? I hope there's a site of grace or something. We don't have to do this repeatedly. Oh crud, it is a dragon, isn't it? That's unfortunate. Okay. Okay, this is a really, really cool boss arena. Where the heck are we? Huh. We are toast, I think. And there's no stake of Marika active or anything. Oh no. Okay. Oh, it's a like Hydra dragon. That's cool. Ouch. Ouch. Ooh, that hurts. Okay, this boss fight is going to take a long time. Okay, so one shoots fire and the other one lightning. Ouch. Oh no, we're dead. Oh, jeez Louise. What are you supposed to do? Oh no, never mind. They're both shooting fire. So it's not one shoots lightning and the other shoots fire. It's that they have lightning and fire. At least they don't seem to fly very much, which I always appreciate. I always appreciate a good balanced dragon boss fight. Cannot call Torrent. Uh-oh. Oh, I don't see it. Where did they go? Oh, jeez Louise. Oh, okay. What have they done? Oh, it's that spear thing that we saw in the capital, I think? Ouch. Okay. You know, this went better than I expected it would, but obviously we're still a ways off. Oh no, we're dead. Did we just proc bleed there? Oh dear. Oh dear. That's bad. Just panic rolling. Oh, jeez. It's so easy to lose them. Oh, that's bad. Oh, laser beams. Oh, this is one heck of a run back. My goodness. What a pain in the rear. There's a lot of pressure to make that drop very quickly. Oh. Thank goodness we did it. Alright. Yeah, I guess that wasn't so bad, but certainly better than just having a Site of Grace right in front of the place. Or pardon me, you would prefer to have a Site of Grace, I should say, right in front of the boss fight, but whatever. Okay. I assume there's no way we could, like, cheese the boss. No. Worth a shot. Might as well grab our runes. Okay, here we go. Ouch. Thought I dodged that. Oh yeah, we definitely aren't capable of making them bleed. Oh, maybe we should roll to the side when he does that. Where is he? There they are. Oh. Oh, here come the laser beams. Oh. Jeez. Guess you just have to roll through those. Placidusax is not pleased. Okay, I was too quick to praise this boss for good design, because I didn't think I was going to have to chase them around while they were flying, but clearly I was wrong. Okay, come on, almost there, oh! Oh, jeez. I'm going to mess this up at the last second, aren't I? Oh, yes, I am. Oh no, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. I'm panicking now. Not making good decisions. Oh my gosh. It's like 4 hits there. GG, friend. Remembrance of the Dragonlord. Remembrance of Dragonlord Placidusax, hewn into the Scadutree, hewn into the Erdtree. The power of its namesake can be unlocked by the finger reader. Alternatively, it can be used to gain a great bounty of runes. The Dragonlord, whose seat lies at the heart of the storm beyond time, is said to have been Elden Lord in the age before the Erdtree. Once his god was fled, the Lord continued to await its return. Once his god was fled. So his god was made to flee? The heart of the storm beyond time. So yeah, I can see again why everyone wanted me to do this boss fight, because clearly that has significant implications for the world and its history. Don't know that I'm ready to comment on what those implications are. I'm sure everyone else has already sort of worked all of that out, but yeah, wow, very interesting stuff. Beautiful boss room. And not exactly at the heart of the storm. We're close, but Dragonlord Placidusax. There are 2 sites of grace here. No. Okie dokes. I guess there's no way for us to see where exactly we are. I was thinking we could drop a prism stone or something and then go somewhere else and look at it. But of course, as soon as you warp, the prism stone won't be there anymore. So we can't just walk back to another area because we were warped here. But yeah, very interesting, especially just the implications for that there can be a place beyond time. Although the whole idea seems somewhat nonsensical. That this is a place that is said to be, that the heart of the storm is beyond time. But the Dragonlord continued to wait for the return of his god. But how does that make sense? Like, how do you wait for someone to return if there is no time? I'm not sure I can reconcile those two things, but that doesn't mean they can't be reconciled. I'm just not sure how to do it myself. So let's head back to the site of grace, or pardon me, the Roundtable Hold, I should say. Okay, Dragon King's Cragblade, piercing gravelstone sword containing primeval lightning, a portion of the Dragonlord's power, gained from a remembrance. This weapon commands great power over the paltry mortal dragons of today. Interesting. So that would make dragon fights presumably a lot easier. That's interesting. Unique skill, Thundercloud Form. Temporarily transform into a red thundercloud and fly through the air, then plunge down with a lightning-infused blade. Hold to increase the reach of the thundercloud form. Placidusax's Ruin. Power gleaned from the remembrance of Dragonlord Placidusax. Transforms caster into the Dragonlord to spew golden breath from above. This incantation can be cast while jumping. These are the dying wails of the Dragonlord who once dwelled eternally beyond time. I don't know that any other items mention explicitly in the item description that it was created from a remembrance. Power gleaned from the remembrance of the Dragonlord Placidusax, and then this one says gained from a remembrance. Like, do any other boss items say that? I don't think they do. Oh, okay, this one, having been imbued with the power by the remembrance of Astal. Nothing there. This one says that it channels the power of the ancient dragon Fortisax. And there's two different ones, one that's corrupted by death. Draws directly from the power of the fire giants, but it doesn't mention the remembrance. Yeah, that seems to be a unique feature. But is it just, it seems like it's just the dragons that have that mentioned. I don't know why that would be, but yeah. I assume Fortisax doesn't have any equipment. Okie dokie. So we can level up again. Might as well. Just gonna keep pumping levels into Vigor, I suspect. And now we only have one thing left to do. And I guess that's to go fight Radahn and Miquella. Not Radagon, Aegon, Radahn. Oh. I've only just noticed this, like, instruction manual here. It looks like a table of contents. Can you tell I'm stalling? Okay. Yeah, I think before we even fight the boss, we need to really do some training. So I think it's time for a training montage. Alright, I think we are finally ready. I hope you enjoyed that. I've been waiting to do that for a while, but, Okay, regret, just chill. I know you're nervous. But His leg is twitching. Okay. Okay, he's fine now. Yeah, it was very important that we did some training beforehand because, of course, we only have 20 rune arcs, so we're going to need to do this within 20 attempts. So let's see how that goes. Wow, that is a healthy life bar. Let's have a rest to restore that last little bit. One of the rings seems to mess that up. I'm not sure which one it is, but yeah. Okie dokie. Let's see how this goes. I'm very scared. Do I want to save my flask for the second phase? I don't remember what I was doing previously. I think that's what I was doing. So yeah, let's try to do that. I'm going to need some time because it's been a couple of months actually since I've attempted this boss fight. So I'm going to need some time to relearn the patterns. I do seem to recall I got half decent at the first phase, but now that having said that, I think I only reached the second phase once or twice. So yeah, let's see how this goes. We are now, I'm not stalling, I promise. We are now at Scadutree Blessing 18, so I feel like that should be sufficient, but let's see. Okay. Okay, not off to a great start. Oh, dreadful start, in fact. Oh. I'm not dodging fast enough there. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, gosh darn it.
Lord Brother. At long last you are returned.
Oh my goodness. I've had my mic muted. I don't know for how long. But yeah, I've been chatting this whole time. And I've had my mic muted. So go figure. I was just mentioning how I was taking a break and wanting to relive this cutscene.
For this world. Then yield the path forward to us. To I, Miquella, and my promised consort, Radahn.
Alright, here we go. I'm scared. Oh. Not sure what you're supposed to do there. Oh my goodness. You are fast. Oh, that's bad.
I promise you 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Oh, we're charmed? That's cool. Wow, that's cool. Okay, yeah, I don't know how long I've had my mic muted for, but I apologize. That sucks. So, yeah, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion. And he's also promised that he's going to redeem the horn scent. Ouch. How did we get hit every time there? I missed every single dodge by like a hair. Oh, geez Louise. Wow, okay. That's easily the best we've done in the first phase, but thus far, so see if we can keep it up. What are you supposed to do there? I guess just time the dodge correctly, probably. Oh, jeez. Well played. Ouch. Dead. Gosh darn it. That's weird, he doesn't usually use that move at the start. Still don't know how to dodge that. Keep expecting a longer delay on that than he actually has. Yeah, not a good attempt. That's bad. Bad heal. Oh, they keep mistiming my dodge on that. Thank goodness for bleed. And I just cannot get the timing right on that. Whoa. Jeez. Once again, I keep expecting a longer delay, and then I just end up being way too late for that dodge. Get wrecked, mate. You're nothing without your brother / consort. Whoa, that's a new start. Whoa. It's doing some like Dragon Ball Super time skip stuff. I have no idea how to counter it. Jeez. Oh, what do you do in this phase? Not a good start. Still have no idea what you're supposed to do there. All I can do is continue to try new things though and hope for the best. Okay, and there I can dodge, but then after you dodge you get stun locked anyway, so again, what are you supposed to do? Jeez. Oh my goodness. Stun locked to death immediately. Okay. Jeez. Oh, I dodged it. I guess you just jump? I would not have expected that. What about this one? Yeah, that one's still impossible to dodge. Okay. Did we jump for this one too? Nope. Oh, crud.
1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
How are we supposed to get out of this? Jeez. Darn it. Oh, no.
1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Miquella really gets up close and personal to charm you. It's the music from the story trailer. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with the time skip stuff. Ah. All right, I'm not finding this boss fight fun at all. I'm finding it quite frustrating. The first phase I enjoy. I find the first phase quite reasonable. It's difficult, but it's fun. Now that I know how to dodge there's still that one attack I don't know how to dodge, but at least I know how to dodge the comet, the one where he kicks up the comets and then launches them at you. I know that at least you jump and you can dodge those, but yeah, other than that, I'm struggling with the second phase. There's just so much going on. It's so difficult to dodge anything, and there's a lot. So I am just done with the blind portion of the playthrough. I see that Scadutree Blessing, the max Scadutree Blessing, is 20. We are at 18, so I have the Fextra Life wiki page for the Scadutree Blessings open on my phone. Forgive me. I'm done. I don't want to summon because, yeah, that's a rule that I institute for myself, for better and worse. The blindness part is also a rule, of course, but I've clearly missed some Scadutree fragments because we have one We have one Scadutree fragment. And we need... I don't know why I went in that direction. We have one Scadutree fragment, and we need 2 more for the next level. So, I hear that east of the Scorched Ruin site of Grace, there is a friend who's holding a pot who will drop a Scadutree fragment. And I do seem to recall not killing this person initially, so here we are. And there's our Scadutree fragment. Okay. Sorry, friends. I didn't mean to mess up your party, whatever you were doing there. Okay, so that's one. The next 2 are at the Church of Consolation, which I'm reasonably certain we would have grabbed. Where's our Site of Grace? Church of Consolation, I think, is this. Yeah, so we definitely grabbed that. And the next one is the 3-path cross, which we would have got. The main gate cross. Follow the main path from the 3-path cross. So main gate cross is where? We definitely would have got that. West of Prospect Town, dropped by a shadow pot. Okay, so that's another one we probably did not get. Where is Prospect Town? I do recall that name. Okay, so west of there. Let's go have a look. Oh, I was wondering what the heck that was. Oh, yeah. We, that Scadu Blessing is, quite good for our damage numbers. Just needs to be a bit better. Yeah, enjoyable from a lore perspective, and, you know, I understand the whole thing, you know, from a lore standpoint, yes. Miquella is a god. Miquella is, you know, should be strong, but jeez Louise, the boss fight is just not enjoyable. Oh, there they are. Yes! Okay, that's level 19 now. Should probably make sure that we didn't miss anything else here. Oh, stop it, friend. Okay, that works for me. Okay, apparently there's one northeast of Murth Ruins. Let's have a look. Alright, you know what time it is.
Oh, fragments of the Scadutree, how I have mistreated thee. I spent the early stages of this playthrough walking around with you in my pocket, rather than burning you and strapping my damage stats to a metaphorical rocket. If only I'd have burned you sooner, I'd have felled those bosses with great haste. But I agonized and waffled when I should have just tossed you into the Site of Grace. Alas, I was fearful of the backlash it might bring, worried that I'd no longer be worthy of standing before the Elden Ring. And yet, it turns out I was dead wrong. Everyone wanted to see me become strong. And so here we are, as I prepare to chant, "Burn, baby, burn," to prove to everyone that this lesson I have learned. Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn.
It's not gotten old for me yet, but I imagine probably for those of you watching, it may have gotten old by this point, and if that's the case, I apologize. Oh, okay, yeah, so we got that one. Okay. Now here, did I miss this one? Knowing me, just looking at some of the features on the map, like, don't know that I went there. Definitely worth checking. Okay, yeah, we did. There was a dragon here or something? Some sort of boss. Oh yeah, I think we missed this initially, but then we did go back. Okay, so that one's good. Apologies everyone, I know this isn't the most exciting way to be spending the finale episode. It's quite sad, but especially of a blind playthrough that isn't blind anymore, but I'm done with silly Miquella. This one says southeast of the Morth Ruins. Site of Grace. By that I assume they mean Miquella's Cross. I don't think there is a Morth Ruins Site of Grace, so let's see. There's apparently another shadow pot friend there. So I clearly erred in not paying more attention to the shadow friends. Shadow pot friends in particular. Oh, there he is. Wow, I missed quite a few fragments. I imagine it's probably similar to... Was it in Dark Souls 2? Where... Uh-oh. Jeez, that was close. In Dark Souls 2, where there were more Estus shards than you needed to fully power up your flasks. I imagine it's probably a similar situation to that, or at least I hope so, because otherwise that means we're going to be spending a lot of time looking for these. Oh, there's another one. It wasn't sparkling though, so I somehow doubt. Yeah, doesn't look like that one had anything. Okay, so we're now at 1. Oh my goodness, I've had my mic muted this entire time. Yeah, so my sincerest apologies, everyone. I'm going to... that's terrible. This is why I hesitated earlier in the playthrough to implement a mute button for my microphone, because I knew that I would implement it and then I would totally forget. So, you know, we went on this tortuous journey to find all of this hidden stuff within the tower settlement that you can only access from Inir Ilum, and my mic was muted the entire time. So, yeah, my sincerest apologies. I suppose I'll let it play out so that you can see what happened and how I did it, and I'll edit around some of the sort of awkwardness that, you know, I was talking the whole time. And so because of that, I'm sort of taking my time, but, you know, I'll make the edit quick so that you can just sort of see where I went and what I did, and then we'll move on to the next Scadutree fragment. But we're up to 2 for now. suppose I will read the description for Euphoria. Twin blades symbolizing abundance, the secret treasure of the tower. Though the blades fashioned from golden shoots are largely wilted and darkened, their luster can be restored by dealing damage to foes. However, damage dealt to those who live in death will have no such effect. Unique skill, Euphoria Vortex. Using the power of the vortex, violently twirl the armament, dealing multiple slashes directly ahead. The greater the restored luster of the blades, the greater the power of this skill. However, use of this skill will fully consume the blade's luster. So, yeah, my sincerest apologies. Might as well see what this looks like, even though we won't have the ability to actually use it. That's cool. Alrighty, on to the next thing then. Alright, so it's been, I don't know, 3 weeks, almost a month since I was last able to record. Things have been quite busy lately. And when I was editing episode, I want to say it was 13, where we went to the Finger Ruins of Deo, I realized that we got quite distracted by the boss fight with the Sentinel friends, the horseback friends. And yeah, we crossed this bridge, went this way, and at one point in the episode I started saying things like, oh, yeah, all these graves here. I wonder what those graves are doing there. That's interesting. And not realizing that we appeared to have missed an entire side area here. And then when that same episode was released, several people in the comments indicated that we missed something rather significant over here. So we're going to take a break from looking for the Scadutree fragments to go see what we missed. So let's head over to the hinterland. So to the left, I assume that's where the bridge is. Yep. And to the right here. How did I miss this? It's like the most obvious, well-lit. Oh, man. Yeah, I sincerely apologize, everyone. It's just dreadful. And yeah, I've not heard any reactions to my stating as such in prior episodes, but I'm interested to hear everyone's thoughts on my suggestion that I don't necessarily want to do away with blind playthroughs. Like, they can still be blind in the sense that, you know, I'm probably not going to be watching trailers or anything like that, but certainly don't know that it's worth it taking the same approach that I've taken up to this point since Bloodborne, which is trying to, you know, isolate myself to the extent possible so that my reactions can be completely sort of unspoiled. But yeah, I think it's better to just have that community interaction. But yeah, interested to hear what everyone thinks about that. Okay, we may have missed something here. It's a weird decision to have the path fork like that. A lot of flowers here. One message said try night. Okay. It was suggested by more than one person that this place is quite significant from a lore perspective, so yeah, everyone must have been shaking their collective heads when we walked right by. Shaman Village, okay. Have mercy for the spirited away shaman. That message said, en route to this place. This place is like glowing? Oh. this the Marika Radahn theme? Yeah, it's just, I'm not musically literate, so my apologies, but it's like the low notes only. I'm not sure how exactly to describe it. There are many of you who are musically literate that I'm sure can explain that better than I'm capable of explaining, so please don't hesitate to share your thoughts in the comment section below. Okay, were those different birds than we're used to seeing? Yeah, this place is weird. Yeah, those are like doves. What the heck is this place? It's beautiful. The flowers everywhere. And it's overlooking basically the whole area, the whole realm of shadow. I assume we've been down there. Okay, quit stalling, Aegon. The whole place is awash with sunlight. Thanks for the rating, friends. Appreciate it. More stalling. Let's see where we're at for all of these. Wow. Quite a few ratings now. Several over 100, so that's pretty cool. These doves are everywhere. So all these buildings are boarded up? Or they just don't have doors? Like what are we supposed to make of that? Okay. Who are you? Okay, so she's become one with the tree, it would seem. She has returned to roots. Golden braid. A braid of golden hair cut loose. Queen Marika's offering to the grandmother. Boosts holy damage negation by the utmost. Okay, we're That alone made this trip worth it. Was that her... What was her prayer, her wish, her confession? There is no one left to answer, and Marika never returned home again. So, this is where Marika's from. Marika's from the Shadow Realm? Okay, am I interpreting that correctly? Because I don't know who else's hair this would be. A braid of golden hair cut loose, Queen Marika's offering to the grandmother. Who is the grandmother? Boosts holy damage negation by the utmost. What was her prayer, her wish, her confession? There is no one left to answer, and Marika never returned home again. So she came here to make an offering to the grandmother. Okay, so this is the grandmother? Okay, that's fascinating. I did not see that coming at all. And who knows, like, the pattern in this playthrough has been for me to say something like, oh, I can't believe that so-and-so said this. And then everyone is like, actually, the most obvious interpretation of that item description is this, Aegon. And I was like, oh, yeah, sorry, you're right. So, who knows whether I'm just talking rubbish again. So I was going to say, wow, that's pretty amazing, this entire area for one item. But okay, I get it now. And, the whole area being awash with sunlight certainly speaks to that. The significance of this place. Fascinating. So, let's think about this for a second. So she wanted Mesmer to come here and cleanse the place, in part because she wanted to conceal her own origins, to continue to cultivate an image of her as being this otherworldly person. Okay, not just one item then. Ooh, minor Erdtree. Ooh. So this is a minor Erdtree in the making then. That's cool. Secret incantation of Queen Marika. Only the kindness of gold without order. Creates a small illusory Erdtree that continuously restores HP, the HP of nearby allies. Marika bathed the village of her home in gold, knowing full well that there was no one to heal. Okay, that makes it unequivocal. Yeah, that is so interesting. Okay. Wow. You know what I wonder? Yeah, let's return here at night. Oh, it is night. Okay. So, what are those messages saying? Oh, think we ever solved that puzzle, did we? Is that because we were supposed to jump down from here the entire time? Okay, but surely that's time for death, isn't it? Or is it? Again, I have no perception in this game. Oh yeah, that's death, okay. It is perhaps telling that that message had no upvotes. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is a terrible idea. Okay. Oh, all right. So, yeah, Marika wanted to, seemingly anyway, conceal her place of origin. She wanted to seal off the realm of shadow. But why cleanse it of its indigenous inhabitants? Why ethnic cleansing? Did her people have some sort of history with the Hornsent? Is she herself Hornsent? And perhaps she's like, rid herself of any trace of it. I can see clearly that lots of people are trying to do this same thing that I'm doing here. Okay. Yeah, a whole lot to think about. As I mentioned, it's been several weeks since I was last able to record, so I've spent a lot of time pondering, like, what could be here? And then everyone started messaging, or, pardon me, leaving comments saying, yeah, you missed something really significant from a lore perspective, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what did I do? What have I done? And indeed, yeah, that's a bombshell. So I'm still trying to figure out what exactly to do with that information. Alright, this is not going to end well, is it? And then we're going to have such a long run back to get our runes, but also who cares, because it's 100,000 runes. Oh, that was close. Okay. Yeah, I have a feeling this is a dead end. Oh, maybe not. Okay, so how are people dying here? They're just overthinking it, I guess. Oh. Wow. We did it. Unbelievable. Usher Anna into Sword Hand of Night Jolan's Spirit Ashes. Who's Anna? Okay. Oh gosh darn it, who is Anna? do not remember. That makes this decision that much harder. Oh, but it's a puppet. I don't know what to do here, so I'm going to say yes just because I don't want to miss anything, but I feel like this is a morally dreadful thing to do. Oh. Okay. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon the spirits of Yolan and Anna. Spirits of 2 sword hands of night, one of them being possessed by Count Ymir's doll, Anna. Together, Jolan's sword and Anna's claws are as bottomless black and penetrate the enemy's guard. Jolan and Anna were born in a cold, dark jail, where they were raised deprived of light, to be sword hands of night. Thus were they cultivated to become the most terrifying masters of their blades, though the burden of the deed left their hearts frail and pliant. Okie dokie. So what now? I don't think we ever solved this, did we? So are we also about to get some item that we missed earlier? Yes, we are. Wow. Spell Machinist Spellbearing. Rabbath's Great Bolt. Okay, so we'll have to go back to the Roundtable Hold to have a read of that item description. Is that all that's here? Oh. Okay. So did we solve this? I don't remember, actually. I feel like we didn't just because there were so many of these that I just did a dreadful job on. And I thought this was one of them, where I just said, I don't care. I'm leaving this be. Gesturing required ahead. Wire ahead. Okie dokie. Yeah, I'm still trying to process everything, so let's head back to the Roundtable Hold. Rabbath's Great Bolt tipped with a clump of glintstone shards. One of Spell Machinist Rabbath's innovative designs detonates a large explosion on impact, dealing magic damage. Okay, oh no, we're back at that point now. Where... yeah, we have to decide whether we're going to go back to the boss fight, which I don't think we are ready to do, or we have to go look for more Scadutree fragments, which I also don't want to do. So yeah, what can you do? when you're terrible at the second phase. Other than continue to stall, which is what I'm doing. So we need to replace something with Marika's offering. Oh yeah, look at that resistance going up from 26 to 42. Okay, yeah, I think we need to look for some Scadutree fragments, so let's do that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm pretty sure I've acquired this Scadutree fragment. But yeah, I'm at a loss now, so I'm checking all of them just to make sure I'm not missing any. And I was like, oh, okay, we can avoid these deathrite birds here by just flying over here, or, you know, walking over here. And then I walked right off the ledge. Unforced error. Put it like that. Ouch. I'm definitely feeling the rust. So I apologize because the gameplay is bound to be dreadful in this game. In this episode, I should say. Or this portion of the episode. But more likely the entire episode. I know several of you have said that you don't necessarily watch for the gameplay, but still. I feel the need to apologize all the same. I'm going to assume we drop down there. Okay, we got this one. That's good. It shows I'm not completely terrible at this game. Only a little bit terrible. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this friend. Oh, is he gonna... Oh. Okay. I don't think that'll ever get old. Oh my goodness. What a funny guy. Are we supposed to follow him and get an item or something? Is that what I'm missing here? That's so funny though. Oh my goodness, I missed the site of grace here. Okay. Cerulean Coast West. I also see there are some graves on the cliff there, suggesting perhaps that I ought to have reached this area from somewhere else, and I just didn't. But what am I even missing here? Like, what is the point of this site of grace here, other than for these dogs here? Why is it always dog? When I showed Aurelia of Astora the turtles in this game, she was quite impressed. She calls this Dark Souls because, of course, it is a Souls game, so it makes sense. Ash of War, Dryleaf Whirlwind. How did I miss that earlier? Dryleaf Whirlwind. This skill represents the pinnacle of Dane's footwork-based martial artistry. Rise into the air with a series of spinning kicks before crashing down with one final strike. Imbues kicking attacks with energy, increasing their range. Usable on hand-to-hand weapons. Okie dokes. Oh, is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is? Oh my goodness, okay. I see multiple items here. Sorry, friend, your Inquisition has to wait. Okay. This one is not rare, so probably not what we're looking for, but that's good. And... oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, we found it! Finally! Scadutree fragments, yes. How far we've come in this playthrough. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's go burn it. Yeah. Wow, yeah. I don't know how I would have found that were it not for a guide. So shout out to Maca91 Productions, who put out a very helpful video, highlighting the locations of all the Scadutree fragments. So here we go.
Oh, fragments of the Scadutree, how I have mistreated thee. I spent the early stages of this playthrough walking around with you in my pocket, rather than burning you and strapping my damage stats to a metaphorical rocket. If only I'd have burned you sooner, I'd have felled those bosses with great haste. But I agonized and waffled when I should have just tossed you into the sight of grace. Alas, I was fearful of the backlash it might bring, worried that I'd no longer be worthy of standing before the Elden ring. And yet, it turns out I was dead wrong. Everyone wanted to see me become strong. And so here we are, as I prepare to chant, "Burn, baby, burn," to prove to everyone that this lesson I have learned. Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Maximum level. Yeah, that's good. That's good stuff.
Okay, we did it. We did it. That feels good. So I hope everyone is satisfied as I am. Divine Gate front staircase. Let's go. Okay, one final thing. I know I'm stalling, but we were just spending some time in the Cerulean coast, and it occurred to me that I never actually returned to the point I was trying to make in this area about that sound you hear in the background. So initially I thought, hey, that must be part of the music, but if you mute the music, you can still hear that sort of ringing sound. So that sound it's a diegetic sound. It's a sound in the world. It's not something we're hearing as part of a soundtrack that is piped in. So, if you look at the item description for the grave cricket, it explains it. Cricket that produces a raspy cry, material used for crafting items, mainly found near stone coffins. The sound of these crickets are often taken to be the rustling of the restless dead, or sometimes the sound of their calling voices. So that is that sound. Anyways, a fairly minor detail, and one that I'm sure that many other people have pointed out by now, but just something I thought I would note, because I thought it was pretty clever and quite interesting. So, enough stalling, Aegon. Let's go to the Divine Gate front staircase finally. Okay, we have a little bit of additional optimization to do, I believe. So we need more holy defense. And preferably without sacrificing our beauty, but you know, at this point, I'm kind of desperate, so... that's hideous. But isn't that gonna get in the way? I feel like it is, but yeah, it's worth a shot, I suppose. If only to stack as much holy defense as we can possibly get. Okay, that's actually not bad. I didn't realize you'd actually be able to see Regret's eyes and everything through here, like... Okay, and the shape also conforms to the shape of his face, so that's a lot better than I was expecting. Oh, that's wonderful. Our trousers look dreadful, though. Okay, that might actually be a little bit better. Oh gosh, what a hideous, hideous armor set. As in, the collection of items we're wearing. Yeah, that's less than ideal. But it is what it is, really. I'm not really sure what else we can do to give ourselves the best possible chance. I'm wondering whether we should bother with the Viridian Amber Medallion +3, but I feel like you do need all that stamina because you're just constantly dodging. There's just too much to do. Yeah, let's, I'm not going to burn any. I'm not going to use any great runes. We only have 4 left of the 20 we purchased, or farmed, I should say. We didn't purchase any. I wish we could purchase them. And I don't want to use them all right away, not unless we are at least somewhat competent at the second phase, and maybe that won't ever happen. But yeah, let's give it a shot. Again, it's been a while, so forgive me for being rusty, because I'm almost certainly going to be rusty here. Too early. Close. Yeah, not a good start, Aegon. Oh, jeez Louise. Haven't fallen for that for a while. So the effectiveness of this dreadful armor set is going to be limited to my ability to do well in the first phase and to be able to consistently dodge Radahn's attacks, and we're not off to a good start on that front here. Oh, gosh darn it. I don't think I ran quickly enough there. Dreadful. I meant to dodge there, but Clearly the signal did not get to my hands on time. Oh gosh darn it. I do seem to recall that I was getting to the second phase pretty much every time, so I need to step it up here if this is gonna work. Ah, that was stupid. Sometimes it's really difficult to tell whether he's gonna follow up or not. Okay, so another reason Marika may have wanted this place to be sealed off is of course the Divine Gate. Which was perhaps the thing that made her a god. Oh, what am I doing? Ah, what am I doing? Oh, gosh darn it. Jeez Louise. Oh, come on. Alright, first time to the second phase with this new idea and build. Okay, let's... Oh, we dodged it. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, so it's just RNG, I guess, then. There's just so much going on. It's easy to be overstimulated. Oh, what the heck? I still don't know how to manage the time skip attack. Oh my goodness. I don't know if what we lose by not wearing the Solitude set is worth it, so we're gonna try with this setup. But once again, we're losing visibility, so I'm not sure if this is the solution either. Oh gosh darn it. Yeah, that's not gonna work. So I've been reflecting a little bit about the implications of what we found in Shaman's Village. and how it sort of recontextualizes Marika's actions in both the DLC and the main game. Oh, not off to a good start here. Thanks for the free heal, friend. Oh, dreadful. So, based on the item descriptions and everything we saw in the area, the music and everything, it's clear that at some point, all the villagers were murdered. That Marika was not there for some reason, but when she returned, everyone was dead. So, to some degree anyway, that helps us understand why she became such a sort of murderous tyrant, but also why she was so intent on ensuring that those close to her, those that she loves, could not die, by removing the rune of death and all of that, confining destined death. And I'm sort of thinking out loud as we work through this. But in the context of the DLC, given that the Hornsent were subject to, as we argued, ethnic cleansing, genocide, they were all burned, and
Lord brother.
I do also want to return to the topic of Miquella and this notion of
You are returned.
a new age defined by this sort of benevolent tyrant rule.
Tarnished one. Aspiring lord of the old order.
Because here, Miquella seems to be saying basically,
Sin. If you grieve for this world.
that this is something other than the status quo. Which is, of course, utter nonsense.
Do I?
It's just a different god being in charge. It doesn't mean that anything's going to be different.
Consort Radahn.
It's not about the particular manner in which the underlying oppression is carried out, but the fact that the oppressive structure exists to begin with. Okay, I'm going to shut up for a minute while I try to focus here. That was a bad heal. Oh, dreadful. We got a lot of work to do in this phase. A lot of work. Jeez. Okay, so let's back up for a second. And think about Marika's motivations for doing what she did. So she returns to her village. Everyone she knows and loves is dead. And someone is responsible, clearly. And we mentioned not too long ago that there's something about this gate, this divine gate, that is essential to someone's ascension to godhood in this world. Because clearly that's why Miquella's here. Miquella is trying to ascend to godhood. And it would seem, looking back at that trailer that we watched, I said, oh yeah, that's probably Miquella smashing the rune that ends up getting smashed because the rune they're holding looks awful similar to at least what I recall that rune looking like. But in hindsight, given the context of everything we saw in the Shaman's Village, it seems that that might have been Marika ascending to godhood, which again was motivated by her, I guess, much like Hornsent wanted revenge against the Erdtree and its vassals. That seems to be what Marika wanted as well. Which, if that's the case, I'm not sure that I'm a huge fan of that, in the sense that it seems to be getting at the whole cycles of violence narrative. We've talked in 2 of the recent episodes about Israel and Palestine, and there's this prevailing sort of liberal narrative about, I don't mean liberal in the way that Americans use the term liberal, because what Americans think is a liberal, they think liberals are leftists and leftists are liberals, which is not the case. But anyways, that there's this prevailing narrative that, oh yeah, it's just a cycle of violence that needs to be stopped. There's no particular reason why Palestinians engage in resistance against Israel. It sort of ignores the history of it all. Gosh darn it. We're definitely not going to defeat Radahn while I'm talking about all this, but all the same, I want to continue talking this through. But yeah, essentially, that's what they seem to be getting at. That's this whole cycles of violence thing. But I suppose it does reflect the real world sort of reaction to what's happening. There's an active genocide occurring. One side has virtually no power, the other side has virtually all the power, all of the support of all the Western nations, at least of all the imperial powers, and the other side has very minimal support. Gosh darn it. So in that context, there's an active genocide going on. And the prevailing narrative in some liberal corners of the internet is, well, they deserved it. They reap what they sow. It's a cycle of violence. They shouldn't have been violent to begin with. But of course, nothing justifies genocide. Absolutely nothing. Even if we buy this narrative that October 7th was somehow a sort of terrorist event that takes place outside of time, and that there was no context or justification for what happened on that day. Even if we grant that, nothing justifies the genocidal sort of campaign that has followed. Absolutely nothing. Gosh darn. But in effect, that seems to be what's happening here in this world. That the Hornsent may or may not have had something to do with what happened to Marika's village, and that as a result of that, I have to try jumping when he does that. Jump attack, I should say. That seems to be the justification for this genocide that's occurring, or this genocide that has occurred, I should say, because they've already all been burned. Essentially, the Hornsent, ethnically cleansed from the realm of shadow. Most of them only exist in spirit form. So yeah, again, this is all just very rough preliminary thoughts. I'm still obviously thinking all this through. That's not a terrible first phase. Oh, what the? Okay, that's very strange. Okay, I'm gonna shut up now and try to focus. so easy to be overstimulated. There's so much happening. Oh, I need to look out for that. Every time it happens, I think, oh yeah, it's a pretty obvious tell. But I'm never ready to actually dodge it properly. Oh, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion. That's the phrase I was looking for earlier. Okay, so bringing everything together. Marika's village was destroyed. Everyone in her village was killed. So she comes to the Divine Gate and ascends to godhood, in part with the ambition to get revenge, and also to prevent those that she loves or those who are important to her from dying. So, and the revenge ends up taking the form of an ethnic cleansing and a genocide. And so I'd be very curious to hear the community sort of interpretation of that and what their thoughts are on it, because I suspect many people will have the same reaction as they do to Israel-Palestine. Which is to say, they're going to look at the Shaman Village and they're going to say something like, well, they deserved it. Or, you know, mess around and got found out, or whatever the genocide people say. Pro-genocide folks. Yeah, it's, in my mind, it's just like the absurdity of the fact that you would even have to argue that genocide is never justified. That nothing you can say or do makes it a valid thing to pursue genocidal aims. Like, it's just absurd. So obviously I was wrong about my initial interpretation of what Marika's motivations were, but I don't know that there was enough information in the game, in the base game that is, to be able to sort of tease out what Marika's actual motivations were. Like, we knew that Marika wasn't from the Lands Between. I don't know that there was anything in the main game about, or the base game I should say, about the Realm of Shadow or any clue as to the specific place she's from. And oh yeah, obviously still need to continue sort of thinking this through. Gosh, I'm not doing well here, am I? Okay, let's see how we do here. That's gonna be bad. Suppose that could have been worse. Dodged way too early there. Need to heal quick. It's just the chip damage that really gets me in this boss fight. Gosh darn it. So, to clarify my objection to this idea of cycles of violence, my concern is that it obscures... Ouch. Dreadful. Oh, I'm dead. Gosh darn it. So my concern with the cycles of violence narrative is that it risks reducing the complexity and the material effects of the underlying power imbalances. Creates a situation where it's okay to forgive heinous acts because it's like, well, you know, both sides are doing things. And not just heinous acts, but the material effects of that are associated with the various power imbalances involved and the structural inequities that make those power imbalances possible. I'm not sure if I'm making any sense, but I just wanted to clarify that so that I could actually go back to focusing on the boss fight. So let's see if we can do that. Oh, gosh darn it. Okay, not terrible. I think we are getting better, so just need to keep at it now. Gosh darn it. What the heck? So that time skip attack, there seems to be 4 attacks that are done by a mirage. And then the 5th attack... Oh, too early. The 5th attack is the one that includes all of the holy damage. And so if you dodge all 5, in theory, you should be able to follow up after that. That was dreadful. Still don't know what to do there. Oh, way too early. Out of sync. That was stupid. I should have just healed there instead of using an L2. Silly mistakes. No, that was dreadful. Not a good start. Oh, okay, we got pretty lucky there, I think. Alright, let's do this. Oh, what am I doing? Gosh darn it, every time. Yeah, 1,000-year voyage, guided by compassion. You know, I knew of another tyrant, historically speaking, I didn't know them personally, who talked about 1,000-year Reich. So, you're not in good company there, Miquella. Just... Oh my gosh, what is this? You're not in good company talking about 1,000-year reign, friend. It's not something to be proud of, or to advertise yourself on that basis. And we're getting better at getting to the second phase, and the second phase doesn't scare me as much as it does anymore, but we're just not executing well. And that's just going to take practice. The challenge is I'm only recording these attempts in like 15-20 minute blocks, so I've not really had an opportunity to have, you know, an hour straight of just refining my technique and, gosh darn it, correcting my mistakes. Sometimes I just don't know how to dodge that. Okay, that's all right. Two. Okay, maybe. Oh, I dodged it. Yes. No, gosh darn it. 4 or 5. Oh, geez Louise. Thought I was out of the radius of that. Gosh darn it. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nah, that's not working. I think that may also have been a different move. Dodge it. 1, 2, yeah. The hair makes it so difficult to see Miquella's hair. Jeez Louise. As though there's not enough visual disturbance going on. Oh, jeez. We're getting better. Oh dear, what is this? Oh dear. Whoa, okay. Well, we have like 1 HP. Oh no, we're dead. Stun locked. No!
Promise you 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
No! Oh. Come on. No! Oh, I'm panicking now. I'm panicking. Oh my gosh. Oh, come on. Okay, come on, Aegon. Yes! 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 I don't even know the noise that just came out of my face. I don't know what that was. Oh, we did it, friends. We did it. Wow. Oh, I should have put on a heart rate monitor. Oh my gosh. My heart is beating so fast. Oh, after the last couple of attempts where I got so close and I just panicked. I panicked. Just like, oh my gosh. I just couldn't do it. I could not calm myself down enough to dodge any of the attacks. And I ironically, I do think that was among, and I've said this before, where sometimes the RNG just favors you. And yeah, I think that was one of those occasions, because I don't think that was my best attempt. I think I've had many better attempts than that one. Oh, but my heart is beating so fast. GG. I can't say I enjoyed that boss fight, but it does certainly feel good to have defeated the boss finally. I think I got to the point where I was so good at the first phase that even though you can't see anything in the second phase, just my muscle memory sort of carried me through the dodges, and I just stacked as much damage resistance as I could possibly get, and that finally did the trick after some time of trying. As I mentioned, it's been very difficult to make it work when I'm only doing 10, 15-minute recording sessions here and there whenever I have the time. Right now, it's just 20 minutes before I need to start work. Anna of Astora has taken Aurelia of Astora to daycare today, so I had a bit of time before starting work to do this, and here we are, and I was not expecting to be able to have to do commentary today. As you can hear, I'm quite ill. Still working, but I'm sick. So yeah, I was not expecting to have to actually do a commentary. I have the mic set up, of course, because just in case I beat the boss, I need to be able to comment on it. And it wasn't until I had that last bleed proc where I was like, oh my gosh, this is happening. I'm going to do it. This is it. So that's why I started actually talking. But wow, okay. Remembrance of a god and a lord. So obviously Miquella and Radahn. We can finally get an unimpeded look at the Divine Gate. So Marika would have set up, presumably, the Divine Gate by piling high the corpses of what look evidently to be Hornsent. So dreadful, absolutely dreadful. And nothing that could have happened at the Shaman Village would have justified this in my mind. So, yeah, let's have a read of the item description. Remembrance of Radahn, Consort of Miquella, hewn into the Scadutree. The power of its namesake can be unlocked by the Finger Reader. Alternatively, it can be used to gain a great bounty of runes. In their childhood, interesting pronouns, Miquella saw in Radahn a lord, his strength and his kindness that stood in stark contrast with their afflicted selves. And so Miquella made his heartfelt wish that Radahn would one day be his king consort. So that's a bit confusing. So I assume the there isn't like a pronouns thing. It's a reference to Saint Trina. That Miquella has like a masculine and feminine self. But then made his heartfelt wish that Radahn would one day be his king consort. With their afflicted selves. Yeah, a lot to process there. So, some striking imagery here, as you might expect. I want to approach the gate. I'm afraid I'm going to trigger an ending of some sort, though. Suppose worst case scenario, I could always go back, restore to a save point, and try to beat the boss again. I don't really want to do that, but I could do that. There's no Sight of Grace here, eh? Another option, I could also just summon for the boss fight. Although I feel at this point, I'm probably more likely to defeat the boss solo than I am with a summon. Yeah, I have no earthly idea how many times or how much time combined I spent fighting the boss. But yeah. Okay, let's go back to the... Ooh. Wait a second. Okay, that's interesting. Let us go together. Okay, I can think of a couple of potential applications of this gesture.
Lord brother, I'm going to be a god. If we honor our part of the vow, promise me you'll be my consort.
Yeah, so that we saw this in that trailer, and I assumed at the time that it was a memory flashback cutscene that we might see for the ending.
I'll make the world a gentler.
Yeah, I'm sure you will, friend. The circlet of light. He'll make the world a better place. It's not the structure, in other words, that is the cause of the, horrific consequences of the horrific material conditions under which the people in the world live. It's not the structure, it's the particular ruler at the top of the structure, which is, of course, nonsense. Miquella has, obviously, a childlike quality to him, and maybe it's down to that. Maybe it's this naivety of... I can't say that word for some reason today. Maybe Miquella is naive as a child, might be, to believe that, again, that it's not the structure that is the cause of all of the horrifying material conditions that the people in this world experience, but it's the particular ruler and how that ruler presides over the structure, which, again, I think is rubbish, but yeah. That seems to be what Miquella believes. Gate of Divinity. Okay, let's head back to the Roundtable Hold. I'm sorry, Anya. Circlet of Light. The circlet of light which adorned Miquella's head as he returned in divine aspect. It has begun to fade into nothingness. Slightly boosts intelligence, faith, and arcane, while also boosting the power of Miquella's light. This circle was to be the very foundation upon which Miquella's Age of Compassion would be built, should it have ever come to pass. Okay, it suits him. You know what? Yeah, actually, we should get back into our ceremonial armor. If I can even remember what that was. It's been so long that we've been trying to beat good old Miquella that I've basically forgotten at this point what we were wearing. I think it was this and this. Wow. Regret's final form. Looking good. Oh wow, 3 items, okay. Greatsword of Radahn Lord. Okay, so... Oh, so yeah, 1 for each of the greatswords. So he has a Lord greatsword and a light greatsword. Greatswords of black steel wielded by Radahn in his youth, a pair of weapons decorated with a lion mane motif. These were in his possession immediately before his triumph over the stars, the swords of a lord who does not rely on physical strength and gravity alone. Unique skill promised Consort. Imbue the 2 greatswords with the light of Miquella, then deliver a slashing attack accompanied by columns of light. Additional input allows for up to 2 follow-up attacks. This one has the unique skill Light Speed Slash. Assume a luminous form and leap forward to deliver a downward slash at the speed of light. This attack will be followed up by an additional light attack. Charge to increase power of the skill and number of follow-up attacks. Light of Miquella. The strength of Miquella upon his deific return, wielded as an incantation, annihilates foes with a pillar of light. Miquella sought to embrace all that was and would be, but found one that refused to be embraced. No wonder, as one god and one king consort is all the world needs. What? No wonder, as one god and one king consort is all... What does that mean? It's not really a proper sentence unless I'm reading it incorrectly. No. No wonder is all the world needs. So I've said this before on the channel. I don't know to what extent this is sort of universally applicable, but the way I look at commas is a way of separating essential and non-essential information. So I've said this to my students before, that like, if you take out the commas, or pardon me, if you use commas in a sentence to separate the essential and non-essential bits. So you should be able to lop off the part that is non-essential, that's separated by a comma or commas, and the sentence should still make sense. But that does not apply here. So if we were to assume that the 2 bits in the middle are non-essential, then it reads, no wonder, no. Wonder is all the world needs. So you would need an extra comma there for that to make any sense. No wonder, as one god and one king consort is all... I don't get it. What does that mean? Maybe I'm overthinking it. It doesn't help that I'm sick and I have a great deal of brain fog at the moment. So we might need to return to this. Miquella sought to accept all that was and would be, but found one that refused to be embraced. So that being Radahn? Yeah, I don't get it. Okay, let's look at Radahn's... I want to look at Radahn's Star Scourge Greatsword. A pair of weapons. So yeah, different item description. The swords are also slightly different. At least they look slightly different. Oh, okay. So the Radahn we fought then Okay, that's interesting. So the Radahn we fought just now wasn't... It was Miquella's memory of Radahn at the point when Miquella looked at Radahn and said, you know, I want that dude to be my consort. I want that dude to be my consort. I can't do a high-pitched voice. I apologize. So yeah, that's interesting, actually. So this is... We fought Radahn after he had declined. And this is Radahn, you know, in his youth, at his peak, I guess. The golden greaves worn by Radahn in his younger years, worn by a fierce lion. When Mania, blade of Miquella, let the wrought flower blossom in Ionia, Radahn heard a murmur in his ear. Gosh darn it. I was going to go high-pitched again, but I can't. Miquella awaits thee, O promised consort. Radahn heard a murmur. Okay, so was that... I assume that wasn't Miquella saying that to him. Presumably Mania, but... Okay, the golden gauntlets worn by Radahn in his younger years. So same thing, except this one, it has a horn scent motif on it. Might as well purchase that. Proudly adorned with heroic red accents, it is fitting attire for a lion. So yeah, not the same armor set. Slightly different. Proudly displaying his heroic red hair, it is fitting attire for a lion. Maybe this one obscures your view less. Is this one really obscures your view? And this one does not really. Oh, sorry, I have I have a horn sticking out of my cheeks. I don't know how that happened, but yeah, I'm not sure which of these two I like better, actually. Yeah, I think we'll stick with this. Okay, let's go see if Hornscent Grandum is awake. Okay, so yeah, I was thinking that maybe once we defeat Miquella, Grandum might wake up. But no, unfortunately, it doesn't look as though that's the case. I doubt this is going to work, but... Let's go together, Grandum. Come on. Okie dokie. So that did not work. Let's go to the Garden of Deep Purple. Hello, Tholier. Are you here, friend? We really messed up that quest line. Excuse me, it doesn't seem like they showed up at any point Well, I say, doesn't seem like they showed up at any point. Obviously, we missed them when they were there. Ooh, okay. Okay, is she okay? Oh no. So she's sort of fallen out of the lily. Oh, friend. St. Trina's blossom. St. Trina's life withered and fell as fleeting as the seasons. At her last, she left a single water lily, slightly boosts max FP. Despite the velvety purple hue, the flower is in no way poisonous. It merely blooms in quietude. So either it's been a really long time, or this is new music. Beautiful one way or the other. Okay. It's funny because it's still sort of moving. Fascinating. So it's just a plant at this point. Yeah, I'm not sure I totally understand. You can see her face. Does not look like she's alive. Wonderful music, though. Otholier. I have no idea if that's how you say that person's name, but yeah. Rip. Okay, I want to see if the music, because this music I remember, this is the Stone Coffin Fissure music. But there are those, like, extra strings we were just hearing. And maybe I just don't remember hearing them when we were in there speaking with her, or, you know, doing the whole putting ourselves to sleep thing. But yeah, the music is definitely different out here versus in there. I guess the question is just whether it's always changed when you actually entered to speak with St. Trina. But okay. So the next thing we are going to want to do is go back to the Divine Gate, because it looks like Ansbach has moved to the Gate of Divinity. So let's go to the stairs so we can sort of approach from out there. Whoa, look at that. Okay. I'm glad we did that. Well, I was going to say, oh, it looks so different, but I suppose the fog gate was there previously, so we couldn't actually see what it looked like. And now we can. And it's night, despite being night. It's always the same sort of time of day up here. Stunning. Oh, so there's Ansbach. I wonder, did we screw up his questline by not summoning him? Although I seem to recall people saying that if you see their summon sign in the boss room, then that is a questline summon. His was not in the boss room, it was outside, so I don't know. I friend? What does he have in his hand? His hand is glowing gold. Wise man's mask, attire, Ansbach's attire, manchettes, boots, obsidian lamina, and furious blade of Ansbach. His hand is still glowing. The iron mask of Sir Ansbach, giving the appearance of a quiet, wise, old, bearded man. But an old fear lurks beneath, together with the cold, unflinching discipline that once honed his blade, now employed to enhance blood oath and dynastic skills. Attire of Sir Ansbach, the embroidered crest of the pure-blood knights, has now all but faded away. Slightly enhances blood oath and dynastic skills. Ansbach understood that keeping his oath to his old master was not an act of logic, nor would it bear any justice, but it was for these very reasons he was unable to let go. Interesting, okay. Black leather adorned with gold embroidery. Signature weapon of the pure-blood knight Ansbach. A viciously keen and slender scythe made for combat. The obsidian edge relies not upon trickery to fulfill its violent purpose. Only well-honed skill is required to rip and rend through foes, sowing blossoms of red upon the battlefield. Unique skill, dynastic sickle play. A finessed, evasive skill that creates space to maneuver. Inputs dictate direction of the backstep. Follow up with strong attack to perform an advancing upward slash. Press strong attack again to bring the weapon back down. Furious Blade of Ansbach. Incantation of Ansbach, Pureblood Knight. Produces a blood flame blade from the side of the hand, then lunges at enemies to cleave through them. Charge to increase the number of slashes. Markedly different from the finessed swordplay of the Dynast. This is an aggressive last resort of an incantation that gave rise to Ansbach's fearsome reputation. Okay, interesting stuff. He's not on the map anymore. So, yeah, we got a bit more time now to sort of look around the boss room. It's now the following day, so I don't have work in a few minutes. And yeah, the details I'm noticing now that I did not previously, because of course we had Radahn coming at us constantly, is first and foremost that I do see some, like these skulls here don't have any horns. I don't know if that necessarily precludes these people from being classified as horn scent, but many or most of these bodies, at least many, are clearly horn scent. This is some sort of sword? Is it just... Am I just seeing the reflection of the... Oh no, it's an arm. See, I thought that was a blade with blood on it, but it looks like we're just seeing the reflection of the blood stain off of it, which is, yeah, I suppose very cool. So, fair enough. Don't know that we're going to get many clues from just looking at these bodies here, but it's certainly horrifying. So, yeah, again, I guess just to piece together what happened. At some point, the horn scent, for some reason, perhaps due to their particular... That was strange. Culture and rituals that they performed a sort of ritualistic attack on the Shaman Village. Marika was away. She returned to find She returned to find all of her loved ones dead or gone. There was no one left. So in a rage, she ascended to godhood. You know, I'm not sure exactly how it connects to the events of the main story, frankly, because it's just been a long time since I, did my video essay and stuff, and even then I knew I was, I know I was wrong about many of the things that I discussed in that video essay, or at least the factual sort of, here are the story beats theories that I presented in that video. But yeah, based on my understanding, it was that sort of anxiety resulting from the attack on the Shaman Village and Marika's loss of all of the people that she knew and loved that led her not only to want to ascend to godhood, which we see in that one trailer, which I thought previously was Miquella breaking the rune, but that also it led to her anxiety about losing loved ones, which led to her wanting to remove the rune of death from the Elden Ring, but also upon receiving her powers and ascending to godhood. And perhaps these corpses here that are piled to the left and to the right of the divine gate these Hornsent were murdered and piled here in part to facilitate Marika's ascension to godhood. So I'm not sure on the sequence of those events, but these folks here are all very clearly Hornsent. So it seems almost like even though there are corpses here that do not appear to be Hornsent, or at least they're not obviously marked as Hornsent because they don't have horns coming out of their skulls like these folks do. Or is it possible that these... Yeah, did these ones fall apart? They do not. Were these bodies here during the boss fight, and these ones have been added since? Because the ones that break are all the Hornsent corpses. And so I'm thinking that maybe for performance reasons, these Hornsent corpses that break are not there during the boss. But granted, there is a lot going on during the boss fight. As I've mentioned, it's very easy to feel sort of overstimulated during the boss fight. Anyone who's done the boss fight will probably tell you the same thing. So it's possible that I was running over these corpses and they were making those noises and I just didn't notice at all. But yeah, so it's possible that the intention was to ensure that every single one of these corpses were Hornsent, but for performance-related reasons, technical reasons, they just didn't want to have, the more complex models that would be required all over the boss room floor. While, there's all these beams of light and Radahn doing all of his flips and, the millions and millions of things are happening simultaneously during the boss fight. But in any case, at least in the case of the Divine Gate here, you look at every single one of these bodies, I'm pretty sure every single one is Hornsent. So, as I would have mentioned, 10, 15 minutes ago in the episode, this was yesterday in real time, nothing that happened at the Shaman Village could have possibly justified this. Absolutely nothing. This is truly horrifying. And yeah, I spoke in sort of a very unscripted, unprepared manner. Can't call Torn here, unfortunately. About this whole narrative of cycles of violence and, of this apparent portrayal of the conflict between the Hornsent and Marika and her regime as being one of escalating cycles of violence, and my problems with that it namely that it obscures the underlying power dynamics and sort of naturalizes or normalizes the violence involved and decontextualizes the violence from the reasons for it. It creates this impression that this cycle of violence is somehow a natural phenomena that is something that can be expected to happen, like the hydrological cycle. Water just, evaporates, becomes clouds, and then it rains, and then it evaporates again, becomes clouds. So there's this natural cycle that occurs in nature. And it's almost like when you frame something like this around a cycle of violence, that it creates the impression that it's something you can't change. You can't break the cycle. It's a natural thing that exists. And that aligns very closely, I think, with what a lot of people believe about humans and humanity, based on what I would argue is very flawed logic and just so stories of evolutionary psychology and whatnot. But yeah, I think it's rubbish, frankly. And if you naturalize and normalize this notion of cycles of violence, then you not only do you obscure the sort of underlying power imbalances and structural inequities which gave rise to the violence to begin with, but you create the impression that it can't be changed. It's a cycle. It's eternal. It always was and always will be. But in fact, with these cycles of violence, you often find that there is an underlying cause. In the context of this game, I have no idea what that cause is. In the context of Israel and Palestine, which we've been talking about the last few episodes, obviously the 1948 Nakba and the displacement of the violent displacement of 750,000 Palestinian people in 1948, and the atrocious apartheid regime that has been established on Palestinian land that has been occupied by U.S. and United Kingdom backed Israel since then. So anyways, all of this is to say that I'm not sure where this series goes from here, this particular series. I have mentioned that I would like to do a New Game Plus portion of this series where, and maybe it won't be this series, maybe it'll be a different series where we go through the main game plus this DLC in New Game Plus using the same build, because I frankly just don't have time to start a new one. And, do sort of a wiki-aided run, so I'm able to experience everything that we've missed up to this point in the intended order, insofar as there is an intended order. But, first, I think I would like to revisit that video essay that I presented at episode 13, and to reframe it not about military occupation, but about exploring this notion of cycles of violence, and trying to make more sense of what happened at the Shaman Village, and trying to make sense of what happened afterwards. Because again, I do think it really feeds into this narrative, and I'm not saying that FromSoft is problematic. To be clear, I'm not saying that, I can't believe FromSoft did this because they're so anti-Palestine or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is that they have created a very interesting story that we can use to reflect back on ourselves and in the context of our own world, look at how it is that we narrativize military conflicts, how it is we narrativize oppression, how we think about it, the metaphors we use to think about and talk about violence that occurs in faraway places, violence that occurs at home and near home. Another justification that's often used for the genocide that's currently occurring in Palestine against the Palestinian people at the hands of Israel and its allies is that, they are anti-gay, and that Israel is more aligned with Western values, which is not really true. Gay marriage is not legal in Israel. So, and if you look at the United States, if you look at some places in Canada, trans folks are, and you look at the United Kingdom, everywhere in the West, LGBTQ plus two-spirit people are experiencing oppression everywhere. They're having the rights stripped away absolutely everywhere. And so this notion that, in the West, we care about everyone. Everyone has equal rights. Everyone has X, Y, and Z. But they don't do that in Palestine. These, gays for Gaza, they would get killed in Gaza. That's, frankly, it's utter rubbish. It is. It's nonsense. And it ignores the fact that, of course, you know, this this framing suggests that Israel and the IDF, that they care about gay people everywhere, that they care about gay Palestinians, but they indiscriminately murder Palestinians every single day. Yeah, you know, I can go on and on and on and on about all this. As you can tell, I spend a fair bit of time thinking about this, just because it weighs on me, to know the extent of the suffering that's currently happening, and that, you know, my country, perhaps not to the same degree as some other Western powers, but that in Canada we offer this sort of implicit support to a regime that is perpetrating genocide and doing it with impunity, and it just makes me sick. But anyways, so all of that is to say, I would like to probably return to that subject in a video essay, you know, reusing some of the same stuff that we talked about for that episode 13 video essay, but reframing it around this notion, the narrative of cycles of violence. And from there, I'm not sure where we go. I do want to, as I mentioned before, I do really want to return to Dark Souls 3 Let's Talk Lore, and I need to finish that series. And I'm not going to finish it in the way, as I mentioned earlier in this playthrough, I'm not going to finish it in the way that the episodes had been, you know, the last 5 or 10 episodes, simply because I worked myself into a corner by creating too high a bar for those episodes. It takes too much time, and I just don't have that time to finish the last 4 areas in the same way that I've been doing it up to this point. So essentially the last episode of this series will be a wrap up with those four places, where we're going to explore all 4 areas by way of a handful of research questions. And so we're going to basically, it's going to be essentially a video essay with multiple components within it, talking about the remaining areas and wrapping up the series, because, you know, I would like to just put a nice little bow on it, because it's still 2025, April 2025. We started that series, I think, in July or August of 2016, something like that. So it's been almost 10 years. So I would like to wrap that up before the 10-year mark, preferably, which means, yeah, after we do that video essay, I'm probably going to want to turn my attention to that. But, you know, I don't know where my life is going to be and what my life is going to be like at that point in time. So yeah, anyways, I apologize for the extremely long-winded ramble fest as we just walked around the boss room there. But, you know, I would really like to explore some of those topics in greater depth. And yeah, I'm interested to hear what everyone else thinks as well. About the Divine Gate, about the boss fight. Please don't hesitate to share your thoughts in the comment section below. And maybe when we do return to this, for this video essay, I'll read some of those comments as part of my analysis, which, you know, I've always done that, and will continue to do that for as long as people are willing to share their comments. If I read a comment and it leads me to think about something in a way that I hadn't previously, or sheds new light, or provides insight into something that I was confused about previously, then I will read it out and give you credit for the inspiration, intellectual inspiration. I'm just wondering what this sort of like worm-like shape is here. That was one of those swaying in the wind, friends? Ooh. I can't do it. That's another video that I've been wanting to make, but again, just haven't had the time, which is a compilation of all the ghost dialogue, because it would require me to sort of go back and look through my playthrough of the base game, my playthrough of this, and cross-reference it with the actual sort of list of all the ghost NPCs to make sure I didn't miss anyone, because we didn't actually start doing the ghost voice until a few episodes into the playthrough. So yeah, what do we have left? I suppose we should head back to the... Where the heck are we? I've forgotten where everything is on this map now. We should head back to... Oh, we need to go to the underground. To the Cocoon of the Empyrean. The colors in this place are so strange, especially when contrasted with Regret's pink face. Okay, so I assume if we do this, it's just going to teleport us again. I think we did that earlier in the playthrough, but what I wanted to do is this. I don't think this is actually going to do anything. And I'm struggling to remember. But did we find Moog doing this at some point? Or is that the gesture we do when we actually touch it? No, it's not. Okie dokie. Perhaps we should head back to the Gate of Divinity and try the gesture there. And if it doesn't work, I think what I'm going to do is just look it up and see what you can do, because I did mention, I think it was earlier in this episode, that I'm just done with the blind part of the playthrough. And yeah, I'm curious now. The other question is, how long do we wait? Okay, I'm satisfied. A great rune relinquished by Miquella. Broken and bereft of its bounty, it retains naught but the power to resist charms. Miquella set off for the tower enshrouded by shadow, abandoning everything, his golden flesh, his blinding strength, even his fate, all in an effort to bury the original sin, to embrace the whole of it and be reborn as a new god. So apparently, that breaks the charm. Did we just lose it though? Apparently that breaks the charm that occurs when you get grabbed by him. And apparently everyone has tried, people have tried the gesture everywhere and it doesn't do anything. So, but this gesture, I guess you only receive if you have been grabbed by Miquella. So it's a sign of those who have been charmed by Miquella, which is very interesting. But it's weird that you don't get it until after you defeat him and or Radahn. You just get it. You don't get it right away, you get it after the fact. But yeah. Okay, yeah, I guess I'm gonna maybe do a bit more wiki reading to see if there's anything else that we can do before we read some comments, because yeah, I think we've done more or less everything that there is to do. Are there any NPCs left? So there's Grandom, obviously, but we tried that and that's not gonna work. Yeah, I guess everyone else is dead. Allspock is dead. Freya's dead. Needle Knight Letta's dead. Yeah, everyone. Dragon Priestess, Aegon. Like, there are no NPC markers on our map at all, anywhere. That's cool. The Shaman Village icon even has a little glowing field in it. That's a cool touch. Okay, so before we get to the comment section, I've been thinking about the last line from this item description, and I guess it makes sense now that I've been thinking about it a little bit more. So no wonder, as one god and one king consort is all the world needs. So, you know, that whole thing aside about essential and non-essential information, because obviously it doesn't apply in all cases because it doesn't apply here, but if we assume that the and one king consort is sort of the non-essential bit of the sentence, then it makes sense. No wonder, as one god is all the world needs, and one but the king consort thing is in there because presumably that's a reference to the player character being the consort for Radahn and Marika, or just Marika. Perhaps we replaced Radahn as the consort. So yeah, I guess it makes sense from that perspective. Miquella sought to accept all that was and would be, but found one that refused to be embraced. So, yeah, regret, presumably. I wonder, I assume anyway that, and maybe I'm not remembering it, but I feel like the one thing Miquella did not abandon was regret. And then, yeah, Miquella met regret, and regret was the one that refused to be embraced, even though clearly Miquella embraced us more than once during the boss fight. But yeah, so no wonder as one god. So in other words, because we are, as I think Hornsent put it, we are basically the puppet of the Erdtree. We represent the Erdtree, like the Erdtree regime, so to speak. We are Marika's consort, or Marika, Radagon's consort. So, yeah, I just wanted to clarify that like, there is at least that scenario in which it makes sense, but it's kind of a sloppy sentence, which is not unusual for these item descriptions, but I just wanted to give fair play to this item description, because it does kind of make sense when you think about it from that perspective. But anyways, let's move on to the comments. Okay, so I believe the last time we read comments, we ended on episode 11, but at the time I indicated that I was pretty sure I hadn't remembered to mark comments for episode 11, so we only read one. So I'm just going to go through all the comments from episode 11 to episode 15, which I believe is the last episode, and just read any comments that jump out at me or any that I find interesting. So, and then, you know, if there is corresponding content in the game for us to explore, then we'll go and do that as well. Yo-Yo Racketeer writes, the connection you made between Inir Ilum and the Eternal Cities may still be valuable. It might not be entirely safe to disregard that theory, all's I will say. Okay, that's interesting. I believe that was in reference to the bodies that we were seeing everywhere. But I don't recall, honestly, it's been so long since I've thought about the Eternal City, but I want to say that at least at one point in time, there was a theory that Marika was from one of the Eternal Cities. Yeah, I don't remember at all, but I will keep that in mind as we read the rest of the comments and think about these connections or potential connections a little bit more. So thank you for that, Yo-Yo Racketeer. And if you're still around, if you wouldn't mind elaborating on this comment, if I don't get back to this, I would appreciate that, because I'm interested to hear what you have to say. Sir Grey Fox A writes, I think the simplest explanation for the Scadutree fragments being next to the crosses is that one of the followers of Miquella is collecting them and using them to pray at each one of the crosses. The description of the item says that the Erdtree faithful use them for that. If I had to guess which one of them is doing it, it should be Dryleaf Dane. Before being a follower of Miquella, he was originally from a sect of the Erdtree. Yeah, so that makes sense. Totally makes sense. You know, I guess I was looking for a meaning or a potential explanation that wasn't explicitly spelled out in the item description, but there's really, to your point, no need to do that if the item description is basically telling you this is why this is here. So, yeah. Anyways, thank you for that. For Pishable writes, I sincerely look forward to the time, 6 to 10 years from now, we could possibly get more in-depth analysis content from you regularly, despite the fact that people like the Tarnished Archaeologists and Quaylike have been around to provide legitimately interesting and in-depth academic examination of the lore, themes, references in the FromSoft games. I loved the holistic approach of your Let's Talk lore of Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne so much that nothing fills that niche. So, yeah, as I mentioned not too long ago in this episode, I don't think that my Dark Souls 3 Let's Talk lore approach is tenable anymore, just in terms of the time commitment involved and the amount of spare time I have. And yeah, to your point, 6 to 10 years from now, Aurelia of Astora will be older and will be more independent. I won't need to sort of be there for her all the time. I will want to be. So like, it's not like I'm going to go back to having all the spare time I had in grad school, because like I still, it's an obligation, but I enjoy spending time with her. I tremendously enjoy spending time with her. So, and that only gets better as she gets older, because, she's more capable of doing things that I enjoy as well, like playing video games. And, so it just gets more fun as time goes on. And the thing that she does lately, which just fills me with joy every time, is the way she asks questions. Daddy, is this matching? And she has 2 different colors, and she knows the answer, but she asked me just to sort of test my knowledge. And I know you didn't ask me to talk about my daughter, but there you have it. So just to, obviously I love doing this, but I also love spending time with my daughter. So I don't want to make it seem like I'm like, imprisoned by my life. I am very happy, extraordinarily lucky to have the life that I do. I would love to have more time to record for this channel. And, I have been speaking with my wife about that, not like that I require her permission or anything, but just, thinking about what we do with the channel from here going forward. And, I'm leaning increasingly towards, as I've mentioned in the last 2 or 3 episodes, not doing blind playthrough content anymore. And if I do playthrough content, to just do it in a way where, yes, I'm approaching it blind in the sense that I'm not going out, I'm not seeking people's thoughts and opinions about the games before I play them. But, I'm not going to be upset if someone spoils something in the comments. Like, it's not going to, I don't want it to bother me anymore, because if it bothers me, then I'm going to, try to record an entire series before releasing it, and it just doesn't work with my current schedule anymore. So I want to take a more easygoing approach to it, but at the same time, I do enjoy video essays, and I do enjoy the process of conducting the sort of research that did go into those episodes of like Dark Souls 3 Let's Talk Lore and Bloodborne Let's Talk Lore. I can't, on the other hand, go back to the approach that I use in Bloodborne Let's Talk Lore, because that requires me to have an encyclopedic knowledge of the game that I'm playing while I'm playing it, and being able to so that was, I guess, peak Souls for me, in terms of I was so knowledgeable about the game, and I spent so much time in the community talking to people and watching other people's videos, that I could just make these connections just on the spot. And I just unfortunately can't do that anymore. I just don't have that much time. So when I am creating content, it needs to be well researched, and it needs to be researched in advance. And so it's challenging to do that, just given the current context. And so, I can't do Dark Souls 3 Let's Talk Lore, because that is, extremely high production values that requires many hours of pre-production, many hours of research, many hours of recording. And, again, I do plan to sort of have that one finale episode. But what I'm saying is that going forward, I can't take that approach anymore. But what I have been thinking about is, what if I shifted it a little bit and just started doing those, I have those segments in playthroughs where I 10 or 15 minute video essay, or 10 or 15 minute exploration of this topic or that topic, sort of disconnected from the rest of the episode. Why don't I start doing shorter videos, like, my video essay on Elden Ring, the base game, was 2 odd hours. So I can't do that either, because again, that video took maybe a year and a half to do. So somewhere between Bloodborne Let's Talk Lore and Dark Souls 3 Let's Talk Lore, and somewhere between an extremely long video essay and like a 5-minute one. So that's what I'm thinking in terms of playthrough content and video essay content. And yeah, I don't have any answers right now, other than to say I am exploring the possibility of that, because I would like to strike a better balance between level of detail, level of effort, so that I can still meet and fill that niche that you're describing, while also sort of having a life of my own outside of YouTube and outside of work. And yeah, just striking a better balance with all of these things. And if I'm doing my blind playthrough stuff maybe offline and I'm not recording it for YouTube, maybe that takes some of the pressure off and it becomes a little bit easier for me to do these things more quickly. So, I'm not sure, because this next, someone else has a comment talking about this, but this next Souls game, this next FromSoft game, was it Duskblood or something like that, which looks almost, on the surface anyway, appears to be like a spiritual successor to Bloodborne. And it's a Nintendo Switch exclusive, Switch 2 exclusive, which, I'm not going to buy a Nintendo Switch, at least not right away. So, I'm not going to be able to play that, or at least I'm not going to be able to play it right away. I'm certainly not going to go out of my way to purchase an entirely new console, given the sort of tariff situation going on. I don't know if that will impact me in Canada or not, or what the situation will be, but all of this is to say that, yeah, I agree with you. Something has to give in terms of my current approach and, providing content a little bit more consistently, because it's something I enjoy doing. It's something I want to do, but the current approach is just not tenable anymore. So I need to figure something out in terms of finding a better balance between all of these factors that we just discussed. So yeah, I'm not sure if that answered your question or eased your concerns at all, but these are things I've been thinking about, and I see that, there are 14 people who liked this comment, so I'll pop a little heart on there to say thank you for your kind words, and I hope that addressed your concerns at least a little bit. But I am also thinking about the same thing, and I think we're on the same page. So I also wanted to highlight these two comments from S717W and JLMeyer7, because S717W writes, I can't wait to watch Aegon beat the final boss before finding the last map piece. And JLMeyer7 writes, it becomes quite obvious that you're nearing the final boss when you get towards the end. I don't see Aegon letting himself go through that fog gate before he figures out how to get to the last area. That being said, based on initial review and chatter when the DLC was released, seems a lot of people had one or two map areas closed off when they got to the end. I recall hearing that quite often. So I didn't quite live up to JL Meyer's expectations there, because of course I did go through the fog gate, and I went through the fog gate repeatedly. But to everyone's point about the Scadutree fragments and how they sort of encourage exploration, this is perhaps a very extreme example of that, because I refuse to summon, I refuse to use the ghosts, what are they called? Gosh darn it, spirit ashes. So I, enforced a very strict approach to, this is how I'm going to beat these bosses. It's going to be solo. I'm not going to summon, whatever. And had I not done that, I probably could have beaten the boss quite easily, I would imagine. But I instead insisted on doing it solo, which meant, okay, we need to find these Scadutree fragments. And it really did force me to find all the Scadutree fragments, because I felt like I needed every single advantage I could possibly get in order to beat the boss. And I eventually did. So even though it wasn't of my own volition, I did eventually sort of live up to what JL Meyer is saying here, in that I did basically do everything in the DLC before I beat the boss, but it was only because I couldn't beat the boss. If I could have beaten the boss, I would have. But yeah, I was not able to. So go figure. Enzo Toon 8598 writes, fun thing you missed, if you got Jolan's trust before you beat Mesmer, you could summon her to fight him. Okay, that's interesting. I feel like the whole Count Ymir and Jolan quest line and the Cathedral of Manus Meteor, like it's almost like that was there to connect the story of the DLC to the main game, but I've not really thought about that aspect of the DLC in relation to the rest of the DLC, if that makes any sense. So, that's something that perhaps if we do end up doing a New Game Plus playthrough, that's something I'm going to want to think a little bit more about. So thank you for this, Enzo Toon. Moving on to episode 12, Lil Geef writes, great to see you back, Aegon. I might edit this comment as continue to watch the video, so I'll put the timestamp before the comment. At 20 minutes, yep, good luck beating Radahn without all the Scadutree fragments. That's what it will take for him to hit like a modestly sized truck instead of an 18-wheeler. I was surprised how easy it was for you to reach him compared to my playthrough. Then I remembered that my first run was with a level 120 fist-only build because I started a new character and wanted to use the Kung Fu fighting weapons in the DLC. Yeah, that sounds like that would have been quite difficult. At the 1 hour 15 mark, so presumably speaking about the swaying and the wind friends, I think those weird spectral worm-like things are meant to represent oarfish. They are considered a bad omen in Japan, since they are rarely sighted, and in the rare occasions they show up on the shore, some natural disaster is about to happen. Okay, that's really interesting. That's not something I was aware of. We'll have to look up oarfish in a second. Just like in the main game, some of the coolest looking areas are completely optional. I beat the DLC 3 times and I already forgot how to get to that last bit on your map. Yeah, oarfish. Okay, that's creepy looking. They are massive too. Okay, I can definitely see how this one looks a lot like the swaying and the wind friends. Very interesting stuff. Thank you for sharing that. Your hard work writes, I really love how you went from, I'm not using Scadutree fragments, to, I really hope that's a Scadutree fragment. Yes, indeed. Yeah, and it just evolved further from there. So I hope you enjoyed the chant that I wrote and, yeah, performed really weirdly in the last couple of episodes. Painful Discourse writes, watch story trailer for DLC after you finish and it will become clear where the bodies in Consort's arena came from. And in my reply I stated that I watched the trailer, but I'll have to watch it again because I wasn't able to make the connection. And Painful Discourse said, okay, not giving any hints for now. So, yeah, I guess the corpses are just horn scent. That's really, you know, they're the victims of Marika's genocidal quest for revenge against the Hornsent, and for whatever reason the Hornsent their corpses were instrumental, perhaps, or perhaps it's just an indication of her bloodlust, her desire for revenge, that she stacked their bodies at the Gate of Divinity, seemingly created the Gate of Divinity from their, like, on top of their flesh, essentially. So yeah, anyways, that's my assumption for now, so please do let me know if you think that I'm mistaken in that assumption. I'd be very interested to hear any other ideas about this. So that goes for Painful Discourse or anyone else who wants to chime in about it. Josh K writes, so happy you're back. I'm very early in the video, but feel the need to comment on one thing. Your interpretation of Ansbach's words, blaming Miquella's enchantment more than you for Mohg's death, is backwards. He blames Miquella for charming Mohg, and himself, not you. The Tarnish was not affected at any point, but they were. At least some of Mohg's behavior leading up to his defeat was compelled by Miquella, and Ansbach was rendered unable to prevent any of it. So that's really interesting because, yeah, you know, I questioned the mechanics of Miquella's grab attack, and, you know, his promise of the I promise you a 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion, Miquella's 1,000-year Reich. And, you know, I do wonder, like, is it a pale blood hunter type thing, a la Bloodborne, where the player character is for some reason immune to the effects of the old blood, unlike everyone else in the world? There's something about the player character that renders them immune to it, and that therefore you are a very useful pawn in this game that's being played by all these gods that are sort of beyond our immediate understanding. And so I wonder, is it something similar happening here in that, yeah, we're immune to Miquella's charm? You know, you could argue that, like, we do some of Miquella's bidding in this, but when the charm breaks, when Miquella breaks a great rune, nothing really happens, like, as far as the player character is concerned. It doesn't impact our judgment one way or the other. And that's, you know, obviously a necessity, because the human holding the controller, who is controlling the player character, they're not going to be charmed by Miquella necessarily. So you have to account for that. But, you know, is that the explicit justification within the story for why that's occurring? And I'm not sure that it is, I'm not sure that it's not, but just a thought. So yeah, I appreciate the correction, Josh K, as always. Okay, moving on to episode 13, and this was, of course, the episode in which we discussed military occupation in the Shadow Realm and in Palestine, so we'll start with a few comments that address that. Coiled Up writes, just wanted to say from the bottom of my heart how much it means to hear you speak with such uncompromising truth about the genocide being carried out against the Palestinian people. Your words brought me to tears. In a world where complicity through silence is the norm, especially in gaming spaces, your clarity, love, and the underlying rage at the inhumanity we witness on the daily cut through everything. Hearing you quote Frieri and Fanon, my god, and then linking Bad Empanada, I could hardly believe it. My favorite Souls YouTuber, my favorite ML voice, two of my favorite creators from two very different corners. Thank you for standing tall. Thank you for refusing neutrality. Thank you for naming the oppressor. Glory to the resistance. Free Palestine, always. Don't really have much to say in response to that, except Free Palestine. Josh K adds, I wanted to comment something like this, but I think you said it better than I could. I appreciate Aegon for being educated, objective, and eloquent enough to make the necessary comparisons between the implicit story From Software is telling and what is arguably the most comparable ongoing real-world conflict that we're all likely aware of, especially in a social and political environment largely hostile to the unbiased historical perspective. So, likewise, not a lot to add other than to say thank you, Josh. I appreciate the support because it was something I wanted to do for quite some time. I think I mentioned it in like episode 4 or 5 or 3 or something like that, and very early in this series, but I hadn't really sort of come to an understanding of how it was I would approach the subject. And yeah, there was that worry that, people would unfairly brand me as an anti-Semite or something. So, I'm glad that, I think there was one comment like that, but, whatever, one comment is one comment. There's always going to be people who are negative. And, I really appreciate that my audience has the maturity and the understanding to be able to hear the words that I'm saying and not put words in my mouth. So yeah, thanks again. I really do appreciate the support tremendously. Uncle Fenris adds, even though Aegon has a small platform, I was gladdened to see him have the courage to use it to shed a light on the horrors being inflicted on Palestinians by the Israeli government and the complicity of most of the Western world. And again, I really appreciate the support tremendously. Like, I don't know if I would describe it necessarily as courage, because it's certainly not, I'm not charging at a tank column, and placing an explosive on a tank with my bare hands, like the types of things that are actually happening with the resistance and folks in Palestine. And so, I'm not, it's all relative, of course, and it's not a competition for courage or, because these are some of the most unthinkable things that are happening in our world. The most unthinkable things that are happening in our world are happening in Palestine right now. And yeah, it's, so I don't know if I would call it courage, but certainly I did have the discussion with my wife about this and about the fact that I've had a good run. I've been doing this channel since, I think, late 2014, November 2014. So it's been just over 10 years. And so I figured I've had a good run. If this is what leads to people turning on me and not wanting to watch me anymore, then so be it. I didn't want to be silent about it, as you've said. And I don't know if I would describe that necessarily as courage, but what do I have to lose at this point? Like, I've had a really good run on YouTube, 10 years of people listening to me talk nonsense and stuff that I didn't think anyone would be interested in. So everything after this point I figured is gravy. And so what did I have to lose? And I've not lost anything. So I really appreciate it, even though I wouldn't necessarily describe it as courage. It is certainly a decision that I made and something that I had to be comfortable with the potential for there being consequences. And, thankfully the only consequence of it has been just feeling affirmed and, feeling a little bit more hopeful that I'm not alone in feeling the way I feel about what's happening. So thank you, everyone. Appreciate it tremendously. Ryzen98 writes, I haven't had time to watch this playthrough in full, but I just wanted to say I've enjoyed your content for over a decade at this point, and seeing you shed light on the horrific events that have been happening against the Palestinians for decades in such detail and heart is very reassuring. Part of me is surprised, but honestly I shouldn't. you've talked about similar subjects for a long time. The lore discussion relating around a very similar situation in Elden Ring is very interesting too. I just want to say that you're greatly appreciated and that you continue to be positive influence on me and others. So thank you very much, Ryzen98. I, again, tremendously appreciate it. I'm humbled on a regular basis by the very kind and thoughtful comments that people leave on this channel. And, you know, obviously it's a horrifying and just dreadful situation in Palestine at the moment. And so, you know, I just couldn't be silent about it. And I appreciate everyone for, I guess, recognizing that it's not something that's necessarily easy to do, but it's the least that I can do at the same time. So thank you very much, Ryzen. I appreciate it. Yo-Yo Racketeer writes, wow, powerful words, man. Shadow of the Erdtree, while I was playing, was evoking everything you discussed regarding the occupation, or at the very least evoking the general tragedy of what has become of real-world warfare and its current cleansing nature. And I also want to say that I honestly have no words for what you discussed, man. You really spoke to my soul and heart of the tragedies that are being caused by mankind today. Not just today, but these things have been happening for pretty much forever at this point. Out of all the people I've seen play Shadow of the Erdtree, only you and Quelaag have the actual decency to make aware of this situation that's happening in Palestine. I understand that it's not everyone's forte, but regardless if whether these themes presented in a video game are valid insinuations or not, I still incredibly admire your willingness to talk about such subjects to inform people of what's happening. As a side note, I won't say much, but you did briefly question one of the motives of the main participants of the Cleansing Crusade. So without spoiling, I'll just say that all of your thoughts and theories might be paid off with answers. It might be worth it to complete your thoughts and feelings about the occupation. You were just slightly off on where you'd find some answers, in the hinterland. Well done in the playthrough otherwise, and salutes for shedding light on Palestine. Thank you tremendously for this, Yo-Yo Racketeer. I'd be curious if someone, Yo-Yo Racketeer or someone else, can link me to the video in which Quelaag talked about this, because I'd be very interested in seeing that. I'm extremely grateful to hear that I'm not the first person to raise this in the community, so it's you know, it's good to know that I'm not alone. I'd be very curious to hear what she has to say. I've not, you know, I don't generally consume Souls-related content today. I did back in the day with great regularity, as I mentioned earlier. Quelaag was one of those people that I watched when I first got into Dark Souls, but I've not really watched her content for quite some time. Happy to hear that she's still making content, and I'd be curious to check out this video. So I did a quick search on her channel, couldn't find anything that was like directly related to it. So yeah, I'd appreciate a link if anyone can share, because I'd be interested in seeing what she has to say. And on the note about the hinterland, yes, indeed. I was looking in the wrong place, and yeah, I think I found the answers I was looking for. I just need to think about that, as I mentioned earlier, in preparing to make a video essay of some description about it, or to sort of adapt the one that appeared in this episode to explore those themes a little bit more with the additional context that I now have. So thank you, Yo-Yo Racketeer. I appreciate it. Andrew Bowen 2837 writes, my good sir, your theory about the occupation and the Shadowlands is right on the money. However, in this episode, you missed the smoking gun that would have wrapped everything together and given you the explanation you needed, which to me is just hilarious. Because I would have done it right after the video essay too. That's the funniest part to me. There is a little side path in the hinterlands that sheds tremendous light, pun intended, on the story. There may be one final piece of evidence you may like as well, in a location that you have already visited, but missed the lone item there, the whipping hut. Oh, okay, I knew there was something we needed to go back for. Just north of Bonnie Village, or south of the Cathedral of Manus Mentir. I hope you do not mind me sharing this information with you, because it only reinforces your message. And if you were to ever dedicate a whole video to the topic, it would only suit you better. So thank you, Andrew Bowen. Tremendously appreciate it. Let's go to the whipping hut and have a look. Okay, let's see what extremely obvious thing I missed. I don't know how. Please tell me it's like very... Oh, you know what? I must have got distracted by the ghost. Okay, I got that item. Is it on the roof or something? Okay. There was an item in there. I think I got it. Well, the comment says north of Bonnie Village. And south of the Cathedral of Manus Matir. So this is east of Bonnie Village and south of the cathedral. So... are they referring to something else? Let's see what this friend has to say. Ooh, for pity's sake, your place is at the jar. Oh wait, hold on. I did say that I should record myself doing the ghost voice so that everyone could see how physical an act it is. Okay. Yeah, because I don't know when I'm next going to get an opportunity to do that. So, yeah, I need to put on a shirt. I'm wearing an undershirt at the moment, so I'm going to put on a shirt, and then we'll do that. So, give me one moment. So, here we are. We're going to do the ghost voice. Ooh, for pity's sake, your place is in the jar. Nigh sainthood and self awaits you within. For shamans like you, this is your lot. Life were you accorded for this alone. That was terrible. Yeah, there you have it. That's the ghost voice. Hope you enjoyed. Okay, yeah. So, for pity's sake, your place is in the jar. Nigh sainthood awaits you within. For shamans like you, this is your lot. Life you were accorded for this alone. So again, pretty miserable. Pretty cruel. But it doesn't excuse genocide. Not even close. So, what I think I might do... because wasn't there was a weapon, like a whip or something, wasn't there? That we picked up from there. It had teeth. Something like that. Why can't I find... oh, I'm looking at inventory, that's why. Okay. It was a whip with teeth, wasn't it? This one. Tooth whip. Whip bestrewn with rotting misshapen teeth, filthy and seething with disease. The teeth are embedded in the whip and dose the victim with deadly poison upon each strike. As the wounds ripen, they grow inflamed and ooze pus. The flesh of shamans was said to meld harmoniously with others. Painful strike, a chastening whip strike honed to maximize pain, temporarily reduces the rate at which stamina recovers. Thus does the pain encourage obedience. The flesh of shamans was said to meld harmoniously with others. So hence why they were put in the jars, I suppose. Okay, you know, as best as I can tell, we did actually get everything. Maybe the person who left that comment was thinking that I missed the whip? It's the only thing I can think of. Interesting that the potentates respawn. We definitely murdered all of them. So they did say north of Bonnie Village. But yeah, based on... I was just looking up the list of the items in the area, and it's nothing really that we've not already got. Nothing we've not already picked up, I should say. So, Yeah, it's possible that they meant I missed the significance of it, maybe? And not that I missed the item, because I definitely picked up the item. Oh well, let's move on to the next comment. Cape7323 writes, I love the idea of the Erdtree acting as a ceiling tree for the Scadutree. Honestly, I'm on board for any theories that explore the connection between the two because the lore community is kind of sleeping on that topic. And yeah, I like it too. I just don't know where to look for further evidence related to it because there doesn't seem to be anything, at least in the explicit text of the game, describing or exploring that connection at all or supporting the possibility of there being such a connection. But yeah, it would make sense, but I'm just thinking now about some of the item descriptions which speak to Miquella's desire to sort of bury the original sin. And so, but would Miquella need to do that if the Erdtree itself is sealing away the original sin? And you know what? Actually, now that I think about it, that does make sense, because at least if we assume that you can sort of place a rough timeline on things, if it's not so timey-wimey, to use a term that we used in Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3 when discussing the lore, if it's not so timey-wimey that you can actually sort of make sense of the timeline, then if the Erdtree served as a sealing tree for the Shadow Realm, and then the Shadow Realm, and then the Erdtree ceased to exist or died, which is my understanding of what has happened in the lands between, that the sort of Erdtree we see is an illusion, which is why we warp to fight the boss instead of just walking into the Erdtree, that if the Erdtree has died, then it is presumably no longer functioning as a sealing tree for the Shadow Realm, which would, to some degree, explain why Miquella would need to bury the evidence of that original sin. But why does Miquella care about burying the evidence of the original sin, I wonder? Like, is that somehow a precondition to becoming a god, that you have to conceal this original sin, whatever the original sin was? Yeah, there's still, in my mind, a lot of pieces missing. So if anyone is holding back and they want to share some thoughts in the comment section below, please don't hesitate to do so. I'd be very interested in hearing what anyone has to say about anything that I just mentioned. But thank you very much for this, Kepe. I appreciate it tremendously. Strife Not writes, the segment on Palestine is beautiful. You may want to post that as an independent video to serve as a primer for the uneducated, though that may draw unwanted attention from YouTube, which has been cracking down hard on anti-genocide content. So yeah, I've also heard the same thing. But you know, as I mentioned a bit earlier in the episode, I do plan to do that. So yeah, thank you for this. I see that I did say there were one or two comments. Someone replied to say, primer worked, I finally unsubscribed. As though they had been just wanting to do it for so long, but they just couldn't bring themselves to do it until they realized I was against genocide. And they're like, you know what, I'm done with this guy. Just the absurdity of some people on the internet. But yeah, thank you very much, Strife Not. I appreciate it. Azaro64 writes, the things at the center of the finger ruins always reminded me of, I'm gonna butcher this, Oumuamua, an interstellar object that traveled through our solar system some years ago. It was quite the news because, as I understand, I'm not an expert by any means, by the way, just an internet nerd, it was the first recorded object to visit our solar system from another star. It acted like a comet, despite not looking like the ones we've seen before and having some different properties. And as it was just passing through our solar system, we only got a glimpse of it before it disappeared forever. We never knew its true nature. Some people think it may have been a spaceship. And most importantly for this discussion, it kinda looked like a finger. It was very similar to the stones in the finger ruins, minus the holes, but given that the game heavily implies that those objects came from outer space, there's a freaking falling star beast in a crater nearby, and Elden Ring features the mysteries of space and the cosmos as one of its main world-building themes. I wouldn't be surprised if Oumuamua was indeed the inspiration for those bells in the finger ruins. So I did look this up earlier, but let's have a look again. And indeed, like, look at that. Yeah, totally. That is totally the inspiration for it. Thank you very much, Azaro64, for sharing. I really appreciate it. Dangerman writes, yeah, Ymir and Matir pretty much changed a lot of the assumptions of the cosmology of Elden Ring. I mean, the context of the three fingers makes way more sense. Something born deformed from the mother of fingers, presumably related to the injury she displays on her chest, likely rejected its mother and siblings and then fell to the influence of the flame of frenzy. Igfegi3614 writes, if you haven't seen it yet, you should look up the lower part of the swaying in the wind friends. Recording whilst doing so would be welcome. Okay, I would love to do this, but I don't know that anyone else calls them swaying in the wind friends. So I don't know that Googling that is going to do any good. So yeah, you got to help me out a little bit here. If you could send me a link or something, or, you know, indicate where I should be looking, because I'm not going to be able to find anything by Googling swaying in the wind friends. But thank you anyway. Inserted guy name here writes, something I find interesting is Miquella's soul form has 4 limbs like Ranni. And yeah, that's something I noticed as well. I don't think I actually verbalized it, but yeah, you can see that Miquella is hanging on to Radahn's neck with one set of arms, and with their second set of arms, they're, you know, doing their magic thing and, you know, embracing you and whatnot. So yeah. Rensler Rules 91 writes, do you intend to explore the history and relationship of sunflowers and Native Americans? Love your work, keep it up. You inspired me to start and finish my higher education. So wow, yeah, that's extremely humbling when I hear things like that, so thank you for saying that, and congratulations on finishing your higher education. As for your question, do I intend to explore the history and relationship of sunflowers and Native Americans? I didn't intend to do that, no. And the reason for that is, generally speaking, I try not to speak about potential connections to the practices, knowledges, cultures, or traditions of particular indigenous nations or peoples, unless I've already developed a familiarity with said nations or peoples through my work. So, for example, I've talked on the channel in the past about the Coast Salish people of the Pacific Northwest, because that's where I conducted my doctoral research. More recently, I've spent a lot of time working on issues that matter to Inuit communities throughout Inuit Nunavut, or the land of the Inuit, with a particular emphasis on the territory of Nunavut. And so that's something that I'll probably talk about at some point in the future on the channel, because I'm doing a lot of work in that region. All of this is to say is that it's only by spending a lot of time working in a particular indigenous context that I feel comfortable drawing connections to particular indigenous nations or peoples. Otherwise, it's difficult to know where the pitfalls are when drawing those connections. When quickly researching something, it can be difficult to find relevant indigenous sources, which means you often have to rely on secondary sources of information. But when you rely on secondary, non-indigenous sources, you can never be totally sure that the secondary sources have adequately captured how a particular thing fits within the broader tapestry of a particular indigenous culture. You can never be sure that the secondary source hasn't reproduced some problematic stereotype about that culture. That's why I tend to only speak about potential connections to indigenous cultures when I'm already familiar with the culture in question, because I'm better able to spot those pitfalls. So having said all of that, here's what I found after a few quick web searches regarding sunflowers and their significance for some Native American tribes. Native Americans domesticated sunflowers around 4,000 years ago by selecting for varieties with larger seeds. They were grown for many reasons, including for their nutritional value and the fact that they provided seeds for food, oil, and dye. Depending on the tribe, sunflowers can symbolize abundance, fertility, and harvest. They were seen as symbols of bounty and prosperity, and believed to be indicative of good fortune and protection. For example, consider this Lakota proverb. When the sunflowers were tall and in bloom, the buffaloes were fat and the meat good. This suggests that when sunflowers thrive, buffalo thrive as well, indicating a healthy ecosystem. The Lakota also use sunflowers in medicinal remedies to treat chest pains and other ailments. Finally, I came across an interesting article in the Lakota Times by Dana Lone Hill, which I'll link in the video description below, and which reads in part, Wakazi, or the sunflower, was very significant to the Lakota people. At one time, they all wore it upon their chest as a medallion during the sun dance, instead of the 4 colors or the symbols you see today. The Lakota people respected the sunflower for its endurance, for its constant standing in prayer with the sun, and following it in prayer each and every day. This prayer was followed by the Lakota for the 4 days of Sundance. This was back when the Plant Nation and the Red Nation had a mutual respect for one another. Back when we learned from the Standing Nation how to be in life, and learned resiliency from the plant world. This was before the settlers invaded, and our ways were stripped from us. When I first decided to make the sunflower medallion, I asked my mom about it. She told me what she learned of it from my stepdad, Grandpa Pete Catches Sr. My grandpa, Rick Two Dogs, also told me of the way we mimicked the sunflower during Sundance and followed the sun as a way to honor the sunflower. And I wondered, in this day when most men wear medallions with more masculine symbols such as eagles and buffaloes, at what point in time did we lose our honorable nod to the plant world? How many other ways of ours are still lost? Torakuso writes, regarding Ymir, I think you may have missed some of the puzzle pieces to the whole picture, some of which can still be retrieved, I believe, so what I'm about to say might not entirely make sense, but just wanted to give my 2 cents. I am equally unsure about the depiction of this character as a representation of a trans person. It is clearly problematic in several places, including but not limited to the undeniable insinuation that his desire and pursuit of motherhood were linked to the use of psychoactive substances, as suggested by Fingerweaver lore items, one of which is found under his cathedral seat. Not to mention the potentially very harmful choice to imply that the physiological changes to Ymir's body were a result of probably continuous ingestion of one such substance, per the fingerprint nostrum description, thus creating a possible analogy to gender-affirming hormone therapy, whether accidentally or not. With all that being said, however, allow me to be so bold as to propose that Ymir's story can be read in an empathetic and humanizing manner, one that both acknowledges FromSoft have fumbled the execution and appreciates the interesting and emotionally resonant aspects of it. Personally, I was and still am moved by this genuine and painful want to become a mother and care for Yuri, the finger creeper baby. This probably hit pretty close to home for many who find joy or solace in parenthood, but also internally feel inadequate for the role. The way he went about it was a little unusual and questionable at times, but is that really so outstanding when set against the backdrop of all the other strange and very imperfect mother/mother figures that we've come to know in Elden Ring? And that's not even considering the fathers, some of which were equally dodgy characters. But I also wouldn't blame anyone for simply not having the energy to deal with these dubious examples of trans/transcoded characters anymore. It is exhausting, and not something parasex cis people are ever subjected to. And by that I mean the diegetic doubts and shadiness cast over the validity of Ymir's motherhood at its mere construction, not seen with characters we are meant to assume as cis women, or someone without a tangible form in the case of the formless mother/mother of truth. This is separate from the exploration of failures at motherhood, as that is shared amongst all Elden Ring mothers and a very healthy thing to write about. P.S. I would add that identifying as a mother is not necessarily indicative of Ymir also identifying as a woman, but that is a perfectly valid interpretation. I truly and deeply appreciated your segment about Palestine and the thematic significance of colonialism and military occupation in Elden Ring, particularly Shadow of the Erdtree. I would be lying if I said this infuriatingly still ongoing event wasn't in the back of my mind as I played through the DLC, especially since I started seeing remarks about how the Hornsent deserved what they got, as people were piecing together the story and finding unsavory aspects in Hornsent history or culture. Perhaps I'm taking things too seriously, but this was chilling to hear in the temporal and political context of 2024. At this point in time, it feels nothing short of absurd to even be talking about a video game while a genocide is killing people in real time as I type this comment. But nevertheless, this is the type of discussion that we are here at this channel for, because mainstream video game communities make very little space for its like. It is needed, and as always, relevant. Thank you, Aegon. No, thank you. Sincerely, this comment is extremely, I just don't have anything to add to what you've said because it's extremely insightful, and I really appreciate all the insight, in particular with respect to Ymir and that questline, because it is something that I still need to really reflect on and think about, because I don't really understand it, but this is, I think, getting me closer, so thank you very much. I appreciate it. Meershroom writes, you want thoughts about Ymir? Well, the first thing to keep in mind about the DLC is that this is not a place of honor. The entry point being a corpse soaked in blood was a major red flag. You've discussed in this video the themes of occupation and genocide, so I think you get what I mean. Uncomfortable facets of humanity are on display. In my opinion, Ymir's questline is more of a condemnation of how Christianity as a religion exerts control over women, and the hypocrisy of the way religious groups vilify trans women. Like, the major element to stress is that Count Ymir is a priest, as explicitly described in the items retrieved from him, and he is posed as an authority figure in a cathedral, a place of worship. Patriarchal religious groups have a tendency to promote the ideology that women are the property of men, and to police women's bodies in more subtle ways, such as indoctrination to the belief that abortion is a sin. Matir is like a surreal reflection of this. Ymir gatekeeps entry to her arena, and when you get there, it is emphasized that a major part of her is birthing children. Ymir's transformation at the end is kind of taking this to the extreme, that the individuality of the female partner might as well be absorbed into her husband's identity, considering how strong an influence he has on dictating the creation of their excessive quantities of offspring fingers. Regarding Ymir's attachment to the finger creeper Yuri, I'd say that's another facet of the way that nothing about this DLC is giving sound advice about motherhood. Note that acknowledging Messmer's dysfunctional relationship with his mother Marika, with the "Oh Mother" gesture, is one of the steps in the process to accessing the second finger ruins. On the other hand, I have indeed seen discourse over whether Ymir is a problematic depiction of a trans woman. What this seems to come down to is the phallic imagery from the fingers protruding from his robes, when he has his villainous breakdown and claims a desire to be a mother. Again, important context is that he is a priest. Many religious groups treat trans women poorly, or otherwise stir up moral panics against them. For example, look at Joanne Rowling, who is a Christian and prominently proliferates transphobia. The hypocrisy is that these groups fear the outsider trans woman, when historically they have good reason to question their own authority figures. In the 1990s and early 2000s, there was a major scandal where thousands of Catholic priests were investigated for sexual abuse. Sexual abuse cases are brought up against Mormon and evangelical priests every few years. When you understand how deeply the psychology of religious people is affected by superstition, then it becomes more clear that there is no rational logic to the vilification of trans women. It's as irrational as the fear of a monster man with a robe full of fingers that kind of look like dicks. In reality, a priest who is a sexual predator will have a public-facing persona that seems like any other priest. It's just that due to their position of authority in the community, they might be extended an extraordinary amount of trust and access to vulnerable people based on faith in the position rather than an assessment as an individual person. Religious thinking offers an illusion of control and safety so long as people follow the rules of the church and condemn the deviants. This illusion seems to persist even after evidence arises that designating this in-group of people is safe and this out-group of people is untrustworthy is a poor strategy for ensuring personal safety. Case in point, Jolan and Ymir were totally blindsided when the player character killed Matir. They don't know that the reason you have never shown aggression towards them is because the church is marked as a no combat zone, and because you both never showed aggression and also carried out the ritual of the Finger Ruin quest, they assume you are a loyalist. Ymir was happy to divulge information, but never really asked you about your intention. He doesn't know anything about you except that you listened and followed some instructions. Ymir believes you to be a safe part of the in-group, based on vibes alone, right up until you go unsupervised into a sacred space and transgress by killing the object of worship, that is Matir. And then when you turn out to be against the fingers, he believes that he has the divine mandate of the greater will to smite you. It turns out that the finger religion isn't all that it was cracked up to be, and Ymir isn't the one in control of this situation at all. If at first the player doesn't succeed, they have the agency to try over and over again until they win. So thank you very much for that, Meershroom. I, again, don't have a lot to add to that because I'm still processing a lot of what has been said here, as with many of the other comments, but I really appreciate the thoughtfulness and the time that you spent in crafting this comment, so thanks again. Okay, moving on to episode 14. Gabrielle Ferrari Psycho Candy writes, "Hey Aegon, thanks for featuring my comment, and let me flesh it out a bit more. Devonian, Silurian, and Ordovician are 3 of the 6 periods which make up the Paleozoic era, during which life exploded and diversified. Lots of weird life forms emerged and disappeared during those 280 million years. especially in the Cambrian. The first terrestrial life evolved in the Silurian. The first tetrapods, dudes with 4 legs, evolved in the Devonian. It was like an open sky lab, basically everywhere on Earth, where evolution refined most of the forms we know today and culled a lot of unfit ones. Obviously not voluntarily, evolution is not a sentient force, but you know what I mean. So it makes sense that Farum named the Crucible Knights after these periods, since the Crucible is supposed to be the primordial form of life in the lands between, before the Erdtree and the Golden Order. It's not just a cool reference, it's thematically apt. On a completely different note, yes, furnace golems are the most boring enemies to fight in Frum's history, more or less. I'm not skipping the parts where you fight them, just because I find it somehow relaxing to hear you mutter "gosh darn it" every 10 seconds or so. Thanks for all the work you do. The essay on essentially BB being Mesmer was 101% on point. Well, thank you kindly, Gabrielle. I appreciate this comment tremendously. And yeah, I think the whole naming of the Crucible Knights after these periods was frankly brilliant. And not that I would have been able to identify that myself. So thank you for pointing this out and for explaining why it's so significant and interesting. So thank you. Josh K writes, "First, great work as usual, and thank you for including a couple of my comments. Also, if I may offer a correction, you identified a figure in the DLC story trailer as Miquella in the act of breaking his Great Rune. However, this is actually Marika, and what she is presumably doing at the Gate of Divinity is rising to godhood and establishing the Golden Order. Much of what is happening leading up to that moment is difficult to interpret from what little we are shown, but it almost certainly gives us a glimpse of the act that culminated in her claiming her seat of power in the lands between. If I can address one more thing, you have asked why Malenia isn't the obvious choice to serve as Lord to Miquella in godhood. I believe the answer could be one or both of these things. She is also an Empyrean, technically a competitor for the seat of godhood, even if she doesn't want it. She is also firmly in the grip of an outer god, which Miquella tried and failed to free her from, only managing to temporarily block its influence until she removed the unalloyed needle in a desperate attempt to defeat Radahn. There seems to be some more or less clear conditions that make individuals suitable as an Empyrean or consort, and they are likely mutually exclusive unless you are Marika/Radagon and you can be both. Okay, that totally makes sense now, so thank you very much for this, Josh. That really clears things up, and I wasn't probably not going to get there on my own, so thank you for reminding me about those key points. Cabbage Demon 5944 writes, "Hey Aegon, I've been enjoying your commentaries so far. Just wanted to let you know that the person at the beginning of the story trailer is almost certainly Marika. We see fresh corpses making up the Gate of Divinity juxtaposed with the dust-covered ones we see in-game. And so, in other words, suggesting that it was some time ago. An affair from which gold arose is in reference to Marika's ascension to godhood and the coming Age of Gold. The fact that Letus as Miquella the Kind spoke of the beginning implies that he learned the truth of the event, perhaps a crucial part of what motivated an ascension to godhood of his own. P.S. I would urge you to read the Mending Rune of the Prince of Death again. It gave me a lot to think about." So I did this off camera, and yeah, I wasn't sure what I was supposed to be getting from it. So, okay, my time is limited today, so I probably shouldn't be doing this, but let's read it again and let's see. Okay, Mending Rune of the Death Prince. Rune gestated by Fia, the deathbed companion. Used to restore the fractured Elden ring when brandished by the Elden Lord. Formed of the two Hallowbrand half-wheels combined, it will embed the principle of life within death into order. It will embed the principle of life within death into order. The Golden Order was created by confining destined death. Thus, this new order will be one of death restored. So, yeah, I'm not sure what you're suggesting is the insight to be gained here in light of this new context, but that's not to say it's not here, I'm just not seeing it. It will embed the principle of life within death into order. Yeah, apologies, I'm not getting it. So if you want to sort of make your point, you can just leave a comment below and I'll check it out. But yeah, I apologize for not understanding what you're getting after here. Okay, so in this episode, I also asked for additional details regarding Elden Ring Night Ring, and Torcuso kindly obliged. So, Regarding Night Rain, in my opinion, it probably won't be the type of game that lends itself to your style of slow, analytic playthrough. But that's not to say that you shouldn't touch its lore. It's a co-op focused, roguelike experience packaged into the game loop of repeatable sessions, each lasting up to 3 in-game days. Over the course of a session, you will collect randomized items and upgrades, traverse a map based on Limgrave that has been curated to suit the format of the game called Limveld, battle existing enemies you have seen before to become stronger, and eventually defeat the final boss of the run. This is known as a Night Lord, which will be a new boss design unique to Night Rain. There are a number of Night Lords to challenge and a true final boss that unlocks after you have felled them all. There are also several unique playable characters to choose from instead of the traditional blankish slate. Gameplay-wise, it is basically extremely fast-paced Elden Ring co-op with an item randomizer. All systems have been streamlined and augmented to this end. Lore-wise, it is said to be essentially a parallel universe to our vanilla timeline, where the Shatterings still happen, but many other elements have been altered and events changed course, so that's interesting. Having participated in the network test, I would recommend this game to anyone who is a fan of co-op in Souls games to at least try it out. I think they have achieved what they set out to do, which is to develop a smaller spin-off that specifically caters to this audience. It will not give you years of replayability like the big mainline games, but it will be a lot of fun for the right kind of player while it lasts. For those whose main concern is narrative or lore, however, I would warn that there doesn't seem to be much meat on the bone. Most items you come across in Night Rain are from vanilla Elden Ring, and I did not find a way to read item descriptions in the network test. I'm just going to pause here for a second to laugh at the idea that, if I were playing, I'd get matched up with some random people and they'd be like, what is this guy doing just standing there, staring off into space? Is he reading item descriptions? Like, what the heck is he doing? Anyways, presumably most of the lore will come from environmental storytelling and the new characters, including new bosses. Additionally, the game's pacing isn't designed to accommodate thorough investigations, indeed. And in my experience, an optimized run would basically entail executing tasks non-stop, and the less efficient you are with crafting your build, the less likely you will survive to the next day. This leaves little time or space for savoring the lore during action. One can still enjoy the lore as a side dish to the gameplay, but things that take time, like discussions and observations, will most likely have to be done outside of an active run, which is to say in the hub area. Here you can also chat with the aforementioned pre-made characters and presumably witness moments of story progression. As someone who is both a lover of Souls co-op and a lover of lore, I had a great time with the network test and found quite a few things to be excited about concerning the lore, but your mileage may vary depending on your priorities. I have omitted some known details that might be considered spoilers. I hope this isn't too overwhelming, and you may have seen this piece of news already, but Night Rain is somehow not the only to be released from Soft Souls game we currently know about. During the Switch 2 Direct event 2 weeks prior, the Dustbloods was announced to be a 2026 Switch 2 exclusive, with Night Rain releasing May 30th, 2025. We know much less about the Dustbloods because of how hot off the press this information is, but I think it's obvious even at this stage that this game will have much more brand new lore for folks to explore and experience, as it's not connected to any previous title as far as we know, and does not seem to reuse any assets, something Night Rain is entirely built upon. There's a trailer to check out if you're interested, but to summarize, it's a PvPvE game that seems to have taken notes from the extraction games genre. Don't worry, it's not a shooter, and partially takes after Bloodborne in the art direction department. Some have called it an unofficial sequel to Bloodborne, but how true that assumption is remains to be seen. In any case, I would say that loreheads have plenty to look forward to when it comes to the Dustbloods, more so than Night Rain. So yeah, thank you very kindly for this, Torakuso. I really appreciate the insights, especially given that I'm either too lazy or too busy, depending on your perspective, to have looked into all this stuff myself. But yeah, Night Rain sounds really interesting. Sounds like something that would have been right up my alley, 4 or 5 years ago before I had a child. And when I still had a friend who I could sort of play these games with, don't really anymore, unfortunately. So yeah, I don't think it's something I'm going to be playing. I would love, on the other hand, as you suggested, to play Dustbloods, but I also don't think I'm going to buy Switch 2. So yeah, it's tough. It's really difficult to say. It's funny because Bloodborne was originally the impetus for me to make the switch from Xbox to PlayStation. Like, it was that in conjunction with the whole Xbox One always online controversy that, myself and many others just did not feel like they should be supporting the Xbox brand anymore after that whole debacle. And then when they announced Bloodborne, it just seemed like, okay, well, there's no reason not to buy a PlayStation 4 at this point. But, you know, I've been playing Super Nintendo lately with Aurelia of Astora, and she is quite enjoying Mario games and Mario in general. We've watched the Super Mario Brothers movie like 100 times already at this point, and she quite enjoys it. And so there is a possibility that I might get a Switch to at some point based on her preferences and affinity towards the Mario series of games. But also, as I mentioned, yeah, we have a Super Nintendo, and I recently bought a flash cartridge, so like we have access to all the Super Nintendo Mario games, which I think is plenty. So I don't know, we'll see. I would say at the moment I'm very unlikely to buy and play the Dustbloods, but I agree, it does look cool. It is cool to see that they're sort of going after a spiritual successor to Bloodborne type game, at least in terms of the thematics and the look of the game. But yeah, we'll see. I would say at this point it's very unlikely, but I wouldn't rule anything out just yet. But 2026 is, I suppose, not that far away, but far away enough where I can't say for sure at this moment in time. But thanks again for your informative comment all the same. Kale Eddie 5227 writes, I'm guessing they didn't add the cutscenes in the game because there was no place to insert it. Would it replace the base game intro or play when entering the Land of Shadow? Yeah, I thought about that, and I agree, it would make little sense for it to replace the base game intro, but I do think that there's something to be said for it potentially playing when you enter the Land of Shadow. Like, why the heck not? They did do something like this in the main game. When you speak to, what's-his-face, the clown guy at Redmane Castle, when he's telling you the story about Radahn, you know, he's telling you a story and you see a cutscene. So it's not like it's something they haven't done before, and I don't see why they couldn't have done that when you first spoke to Leda, perhaps, because it is also Leda narrating it, I believe. When entering the Land of Shadow or speaking with Leda would be the most obvious candidates in my mind, but yeah, that's perhaps just me. Okay, moving on finally to episode 15. Lyrical Bullfrog writes, Hey Aegon, I rarely leave comments, but I would love to hear your thoughts about Saint Trina. I find this aspect of the story both incredibly interesting and tragic. I believe through dialogue with Tholier, it is confirmed that Saint Trina is an aspect of Miquella, his other half, similar to the relationship between Marika and Radagon. Some other evidence that supports this is the visual similarities of Trina's lily and Miquella's lily, and the description of Saint Trina's sword. Saint Trina is an enigmatic figure. Some say that she is a comely young girl, others are sure he is a boy. The only certainty is that their appearance was as sudden as their disappearance. It seems that before the events of the game/DLC, one thing that Miquella/Saint Trina would do was to soothe those in pain through sleep. A lot of kind Miquella's motivations genuinely seem to be driven by a sense of wanting a gentle and kind world, different from the Golden Order's hegemony. Miquella in his boss fight second phase cutscene, if you have known sin, if you grieve for this world, then yield the path forward to us. Yet to achieve their godhood, he believed he had to abandon his love, resorting to compelling affection when he could have easily earned it. I find it interesting that you were contemplating what the specific Miquella cross meant by abandoning love, because I think it was both his capacity to love and someone he literally does love, being Saint Trina, that he tossed into the fissure. As noted by the stone coffin fissure spirit, Ooh, kindly Miquella, I see you've thrown away something you should not have. Under any circumstances, how will you salvation offer to those who cannot be saved? When you could not even save your other self. And what makes this even more tragic is that the story trailer highlights Saint Trina when it says he abandoned his fate, suggesting that Miquella's true fate would have been to be a god/demigod/Empyrean, who is supposed to love and protect their people, given that the Erdtree was supposed to be a haven for the oppressed in the lands between seeking asylum. On another note, one that seems significant, here are the known Empyreans of the Golden Order: Marika, the Glowmide Queen, Ranni, Malenia, and Miquella. The obvious trend is that to be a candidate for godhood, one must have a feminine aspect, leading me to believe that Matir, the Mother of Fingers, believed in the Golden Order to be a matriarchal society. Anyway, I could be wrong about some of these things, but I would love to hear your input. Keep up the great work. You always do. Well, thank you very kindly. I'm not sure I have much to add to that. I'm sorry. I hope that's not disappointing. And the reason for that is that I think a lot of the points you've mentioned in this comment I brought up over the course of this episode. So I hope that isn't too disappointing to hear me say that I don't really have a lot to add, other than I don't disagree with anything you've said. I think it's all really interesting. And the mixture of pronouns in that item description we talked about not too long ago, I can't remember off the top of my head, but the item description switches between them and he. I don't think that's something you mentioned in your comment here. That's also a reflection of this duality of Miquella and St. Trina. And yeah, I think the similarities between Miquella and Trina's Lily was my original sort of motivation for thinking, hey, yeah, it makes sense that maybe they're the same person, though I could be remembering that incorrectly. So yeah, again, I hope you're not disappointed to hear me say I don't have a heck of a lot to add, other than to say thank you for pointing all this out. It's all really interesting. I don't disagree with any of it, and I hope that my commentary on the relationship between Miquella and Trina earlier in the episode was at least somewhat interesting to you. Sable May 76 writes, Torrent isn't just too scared. The frenzied flame can kill him, just like it did the Flame of Frenzy ending. Spirits are eternal, but the frenzied flame can destroy it anyway. So yeah, that's an excellent point and not something I consider, but that totally makes sense. So thanks for this, Sable May. Hargrada writes, I feel like the too weak to become a lord thing was that it's not about strength or mastery, but acceptance or choice. Midra spent a long time enduring the frenzied flame, refusing to let it consume him and possibly the world, until the player character comes along and breaks him with a few sword swipes. Indeed. So yeah, tragic and sad when you think about it, but thank you for pointing this out, Hargrada. Meershroom writes, appreciate the Winter Lantern lore, very eerie segment. There was the room that you briefly speculated was the manufacturing place for the Winter Lanterns, or Aging Untouchables, as they're officially called in Elden Ring. In Bloodborne, they are known for singing, and I noticed that in the room there were some pieces of wood furniture that look like music stands for holding sheet music. Really interesting stuff. A quote that reminds me of Midra's plight. Events may be horrible or inescapable. Men have always a choice. If not whether, then how they may endure. Curse of Shalion by Lois McMaster Bujold. Midra held fast to Nanaya's entreaty, endure. The word was a curse, from the remembrance of the Lord of Frenzied Flame. Item description. So thank you very much for this, Meershroom. Very interesting stuff. Yo-Yo Racketeer writes, there's many interpretations to the Golden Order description on the Sword of Damnation. I think it means many things, but the main interpretation I have for there is something of the Golden Order in the sight of those fixed upon this crux is a reference to how the Hornsent tortures and treats Midra, which is eerily and ironically similar to how Marika treated the nomadic caravan as a result of their dealings with the Frenzy Flame. Like the game is kind of saying Marika brutally ordered the cleansing of the Hornsent, but the Hornsent themselves aren't entirely exempt from other actions. They are more similar than not. It is merely a cycle type of thing, in my opinion. So yeah, the whole cycle thing coming up again, which I think is something we'll talk about again in the future. Bludgeon 1081 writes in reply, what's cool about this is that the Sword of Damnation is literally just the barbed staff spear that Jory uses in his boss fight. In his fight, you can see arcs that resemble rune arcs scattered throughout the arena. For the Hornsent, the arc is just a symbol of torture and coercive questioning. But for the Golden Order, the arc is the symbol used for the Elden Ring itself. That is, the laws of nature that shape everything. Josh K. writes, I'm impressed the Abyssal Woods didn't frustrate you more. It's one of my most and least favorite areas at the same time. Perfectly designed to make you feel crazy by forcing you to move slowly through a disorienting, homogeneous environment, with very little of value to find and few landmarks to guide you. It's very fitting for a frenzy-themed area. I don't know if you noticed, but even the sheep inflict madness on you if you're too close to them when they bleat. I did not notice that, so thank you for pointing that out. As for the cascading waters thing, I'm pretty certain that's a clue from Dryleaf Dane, that he's been meditating under the waterfall in stereotypical monk fashion. This would be why we find his armor set and talisman there. So yeah, thank you for explaining that. I wasn't clear on what that was getting after, so thank you. Rince Windus writes, so there's a lot of things we could talk about with the Inquisitor's implements and how they connect to the Elden Ring. One of them obviously looks like the rune arc, and there's actually an arc-wielding Inquisitor right next to the actual rune arc item in Inner Ilum. The coffins in Jory's Arena that have that implement placed on them. The makeshift hornsent graves in Belurat and other locations have arc-shaped branches and horns tied to them. And there's arc-shaped candlesticks in the Belurat that have boats on them, all of which imply that it's connected to death. We see Marika forge the rune arc at the Divine Gate rather than her own rune, although since the only difference is a line, maybe they're the same rune. That would actually make the Elden Ring a fractal. The other implement the Inquisitors use isn't on the Elden Ring, but does look like the symbol on the Candletree wooden shield, which is thought to represent a surreptitious prophecy of cardinal sin. The lit Candletree design was forbidden. That kind of implies to me that the Hornsent originally wanted to add both, and part of Marika's betrayal was only adding the rune arc. There is something of the Golden Order in the sight of those fixed upon this crux. Do we know someone in the Golden Order who's crucified on gold? So I assume the answer to that is obviously Marika. So yeah, very interesting stuff. You've all given me a lot to think about, so thank you kindly as always. The Leafar 99 writes, as has been noted by others, the Frenzied Flame is the only thing that can kill Torrent. That's why he won't take any chances in that area. And on the note regarding Hornsent, Revenant097 writes, wish they had made that initial pathway at the start of the Abyssal Woods longer and maybe narrower, so that more people saw what happened if you entered the area on Torrent. I think that was their intention. So yeah, when I was looking for the rest of the Scadutree fragments, I saw a video of someone entering the area on Hornsent, and yeah, Hornsent just dips at a certain point, just leaves and yeah, leaves you without. So as Revenant points out here, that was probably what was supposed to happen versus what eventually happened with me, which is I walked in on foot because of course that's me. And then later on tried to call Torrent and was like, oh, that's weird. Torrent won't be summoned because he's scared. So yeah, it's, they probably should have made it longer, but even then there's no guarantee that I would have actually, tried to summon Hornsent when I did. But I think what they could have done is just waited until the first time you tried to summon Torrent and then had Torrent see the place and go, nope, 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 and then just dip right away. But yeah, they didn't have to do it in that initial area, but maybe it was more difficult to program that than I'm imagining it would be. Andrew Bowen 2837 writes, Midra is such a cool boss. The frenzy stuff got me thinking about a connection between Insight and Bloodborne, eyes being burned out with frenzied flame, and the classical philosophical idea of visual perception being linked to rational knowledge. Both Bloodborne and Elden Ring seem to suggest that too much reliance on visual knowledge can lead to madness. The frenzied flame melting eyes and leading to tranquility definitely seems to support it. So yeah, well said, Andrew. Thank you very much for sharing. Ghostmace Killa 821 writes, another thing that I'm not actually sure someone has pointed out, but the pronunciation of Scadu is Shadu. I think, oh gosh darn it, I think it's Old English. Okay, so yeah, I'll try to incorporate that from now on. I did actually eventually call the Shifra River Well the Shifra River Well, so here's to hoping I can actually incorporate this Shadu. Thanks, Ghostmace Killa, I appreciate it. For Blasphemy writes, a little context on the Scadutree fragments. Originally, every level was worth the same, with 20 giving you double damage, but a reaction to the players made them change it rather hastily, if you ask me, so that the earlier levels give more and they give less later. And so how it is after that patch is that the new level 7 is the same as the old level 10, for example, but they made some levels even stronger. That what was the old 17 is now on 12, which is 1.850 damage on damage and 46% on defense. That is to say, the new 12 is what is needed to beat the DLC, and everything after is extra. Practically speaking then, only the fragments that are needed for 12 are what is needed, and the number for that is 26, making almost half of the fragments optional, and so extra. They are the same if you would find golden seeds when you're at max. The new levels they add are only there so that they can be used, but in a lot of ways it really does not matter if you are on 12 or 20. It decides very rarely if you win. Okay, you say that, and maybe you're right, but maybe it's just a confidence thing. Knowing that I had max Scadutree fragments, that I had maxed out my level, allowed me to focus just on learning the boss fight. I knew there was nothing else that I could be doing other than maybe leveling up my character further, but I knew I was at the law of diminishing returns at that point. So maybe you're right, but I don't think if I was at level 12 I would have ever beaten the boss. In part because of that knowledge, there's a psychological element to it of knowing that you could be doing more damage, could be doing way more damage, could be taking less damage. And that knowledge is enough to sort of, at least for me, encourage you to go out and get more damage and to get more defense. And so, my assumption was, based on sort of how it appeared to be scaling, was that yes, there was diminishing returns. It's interesting that you say it used to be linear, and now it's not. I would have expected all along for there to be diminishing returns, but it is very interesting that apparently it wasn't, that it was just linear. But yeah, I don't think I could have beat it on level 12 personally, but maybe I'm underestimating myself. I did get quite good, at least at the first phase towards the end. So, but the first phase is only like 1/3 of the boss's health bar, so who knows. But thank you for pointing this out all the same for Blasphemy. I appreciate it. Makavar writes, just dropping in that Rakshasa is a type of evil spirit in Hindu mythology. Maybe worth some fun with definitions. Though personally, I don't know what the significance is of that reference. So this was something I had hoped to do, but time is a bit limited and I want to wrap this episode out so I can get it out for everyone. But I asked my wife, who's Indian and who grew up in India, and yeah, she basically said, oh yeah, that's more or less it. It's an evil spirit. She didn't, to be clear, my wife she's not Hindu. She didn't grow up Hindu. She's Catholic, but yeah, I validated that it was a thing, but that's the only research I did. So my apologies, Makavar, for not looking into this further, but maybe this is something we'll explore in a later video essay or something. Lil Geef writes, great to see you back. I think Radahn is one of the cheapest boss battles From has made. His moveset is limited, and they compensated it by upping the damage on his moves and his defenses. Hearing you talk about Torrent leads me to notice something silly I had not noticed before. Torrent is a horn-sent horse. I say this because he's the only horse in the game with horns. There's been some speculation that Torrent is Miquella's horse, since you can see him riding a horse that looks like a Torrent, or looks like Torrent rather, but maybe that is just a different horn-set horse, and Torrent's former master is yet unknown. So that's really interesting and something that I've not thought about either, but in thinking about it a little bit further, it's not just horn-sent that have horns. I mean, look at Moog and look at Morgott. The presence of horns isn't necessarily tied to being horn-sent, but it's tied to, at least as I understand it, proximity to the Crucible. So you may be right, but yeah, who knows? Something for us all to think about. So I think that's going to do it for this playthrough. I'm very grateful to each and every one of you for watching, especially if you're here listening to me now, because that means you made it through all 16 episodes. And I know that there were some difficulties along the way, so I really appreciate your patience. I really appreciate your kindness. I really appreciate your wonderful and thoughtful and just amazing comments. And I really appreciate you being here. After all these years, it's been more than 10 years now we've been making content on the channel. Not all of it great, not all of it consistent, but yeah, it blows my mind that there's anyone here still listening to me talking nonsense after all these years. So if you're among them and you're listening to this now, thank you sincerely. I appreciate you, and I'm just extremely grateful that you've taken your time and your energy and you've engaged with me through time and through space during this playthrough and during past playthroughs. So as I mentioned, I don't know what's next for the channel, but I will keep you updated to the best of my ability. Don't know if I'll be doing another blind playthrough, so it's possible this might be the last one, but that will depend in part on how everyone reacts to, that topic which I've talked about over the course of this episode. So please share your thoughts in the comment section below. Let me know where you think I should land on that spectrum of, like, do I continue creating playthrough content? Do I do short video essays? Do I long video essays? Do I just abandon blind playthroughs and just do first playthroughs where I release episodes as I complete them and stop doing this sort of stockpiling blind playthrough stuff? Yeah, let me know. I'm very interested to hear what you all think, because of course, without you, there's no point in me doing this. So please let me know your preferences and your thoughts and your opinions, because I love reading them, and I'm so grateful to each of you for being here. Even those who don't leave comments, that's totally cool too. I get it. I lurk on many online places and don't actually contribute comments, so don't feel obliged to do so. But if you do, just know that I read all the comments, even if I don't respond to them, and I appreciate them tremendously, and I appreciate you. So thank you all very, very much for joining me, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.